Okay, let's see here. There we go. Good morning, my friends. Dingus Mortifus? Dingus Mortimus. Testification. Indeed. It was a helpful test because I did not have the stream chat running, as you see, as I had to do a test too. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'm here already. Haha, drawing. Yes, indeed. That's the plan, at least. Yes, hello, Dingus. Hello, Tebow. How you doing today? I am very sleepy. A man who tests regularly is a fool all streams, but a few. Wise words. Wise words, Dingus. Wise words from a dingus. I'm very sleepy. I said it in my in the Discord, but I had an energy drink. Usually don't drink caffeine. The most I drink is like this caffeine water stuff, which is like hardly anything, and I just do like one thing of it in the morning. It's like pretty diluted, right? Because I drink a lot of water. But I had an energy drink because my brother offered me one. I'm like, yeah, why not? It was like 2 p.m. And I'm like, okay, sure. And then now I did not fall asleep till like 3 a.m. And then I woke up at 7:30. So running on like what, 4.5 hours of sleep. So I drank a total of 2.5 cans of energy drinks in my life. I've had more than that, but I hardly have them. Yeah, it's very few and far between I have any sort of caffeine. But honestly, it was like the drink just tasted good. It wasn't like one of those gross ones, you know? It's like, ah, this is yummy, yum yum yum, and then all of a sudden, like I'm dead. I'm sleepy. Did not sleep. So that's my story. It was a mistake. I knew it was a mistake when I took it. I'm like, I probably shouldn't. I'm like, whatever. What's the worst that could happen, you know? And then now I'm like a sleepy boy. On that note, I think we're probably gonna take it relatively easy. Same reason my friends said white monster tastes good, and it did. Yeah. I was like, I don't know. It was like watermelon strawberry flavored. I'm like, I like watermelon soda, probably partly because most people don't drink it. Or not don't drink it. It's let's start over. It's not a common flavor. And it tastes like, usually it's like, you know, watermelon candy flavored, not like actual watermelon. But I've never found watermelon candy to taste like actual watermelon, because watermelon's usually pretty subtle. But I've never had energy drinks before. Okay, well, look at us go. I usually don't either. Like I said, I mean, I've had a good amount of energy drinks in college. I've had a few in certain, like I was about to say in college, but it was less in college and more in like at my first job where we had to like work way late and that kind of crap. But yeah. But yeah, on that note, I'm too tired to think too much. So we have a few options. My thought, and obviously from the stream title, I'm thinking of doing TCG Card Art, aka Armies Against Entropy beta cards, because we're just gonna keep plugging away at that like it's you know, the right thing to do. Even though I'm still in a period of doubt in my mind, but it's still fun to do, even if it's, you know, not necessarily the exact correct thing. we're just going to be struggling with that mentally for a while, unfortunately. Especially when I'm tired. But we did the Frenzied Marauder last time. I think she turned out pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, dang, Marauder looks awesome. Yeah, right? Didn't she turn out pretty cool? I think the dual blades turned out, the sickle blades, whatever you want to call them, turned out pretty sick. So six sickle blades. Yeah, I think she looks cool. But there is a problem. The plates weren't sharpened on the outside. You're right. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I wasn't here for that. I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's cool. Yeah, this was last stream. But yeah. Yeah, she turned out pretty cool. I'm happy with her. So yeah, I mean, options are we work on more of that. We have a tiny bit of like just fixes to do for beta stuff, but it's mostly just like wording changes, which is probably not very fun and maybe not great for my brain. And then the last thing that I could potentially do today is I wanted to add a few redeems. Do I have like a... I must have... No, not here. Here. Wording changes are always your weakest suit. Doing it while you're sleep deprived is, of course, a great idea. That'd be sick. Yo, Anonymous, what up, dude? How you doing today? I have too many like random documents that are like, this is my plan for whatever. Okay, redeems. I want to push up redeem. I feel like that'd be fun. Probably not a great one to start with today to make. I'm sleep deprived. All right, now do 50 push-ups during your stream. I think that would be fun. I also want to do... Toots wants me to do like a layer check redeem. Like, so like when I'm drawing, if I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Hey bro, doing some card art. Yeah, just doing a quick little bit of yapping and then probably picking a beta card to work on. So we'll just, you know, if you do push up redeem, you will collapse. Yeah. So it's probably not a great one. A layer check one, and then I feel like there's one more I wanted to do. I just wanted to write it down while I was thinking about it. I guess the other one might just be like do the AAE card thing, although I don't think it would be this expensive. This is kind of absurd. No one would ever do it. And also I'm making enough beta cards that like it would be basically be like, you get to suggest what the next beta card is rather than being like whatever, right? It'd be more like that. So it could be pretty cheap. Not like cheap, but either way. Yeah, this seems like a bad idea the more I think about it right now. So I did just want to write it down though, because I guess I already wrote down the push-up one, but I would, you know, we could do a layer check / like save, like save my project, because a lot of time I will not save either. That's a typical artist one, which would be a good one. They should start cheaper and settle on that price as you get more popular. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, this is way too hot. This is like good if I'm like, you know, like 20 or 30 concurrent viewers, but for 7 or whatever it is probably not the best. Hello, Beats. I've arrived. A bit late, but I've arrived. Well, we're just yapping still, so you haven't really missed much. Just talking about a few redeems I want to add. Honestly, this needs to be like, I don't know, probably, honestly, I almost think this it depends on how we do it, right? Like cost wise of a redeem for an AAE card. If it's like somewhat named after you, like if it's named after, you know, whoever redeemed it, I think maybe it could be a little more expensive, but the thing is I wouldn't want to do like direct naming. And I've talked about this before, but like, you know, cards aren't named, right? They're just like Frenzied Marauder or like whatever. I could see like maybe using a person's name as a region. We'd have to do like creative stuff with it rather than just being like, you know, Dingus is, you know, rogue or whatever, you know? So it'd have to be like a region or something. I don't know. John the Knife Guy. Yeah, exactly. It's like you can't, it wouldn't be directly named cards. They would be like, so we're drawing today. We're going to be doing, I was tempted to like potentially do some redeem stuff, but I think that's going to be maybe next stream. Today, and we're not doing patching stuff. So, Control-Shift-T, the best shortcut key you'll ever need. It opens the tab you just closed. I do want to rework God of Magic, but I think again that's like that's probably not the right energy today for my brain. We got to take like a look at the gods in general and rebalance them. Anyway, sorry, Grot, to answer your question, we need to pick, honestly, we can kind of just pick a theme. Ideally, we pick one of these cards that we've already like kind of come up with that, you know, fits, but reworking whole god is the brain type of work. Yeah, for sure. Working brain type of work. I read that wrong. Clearly my brain is not working. Anyway, that's that working brain. So yeah, the idea here is, here's the two most important things I think need to be added in the beta cards. One is, let's just write goals. One, the most important one is cards that synergize. That's definitely not it. Yeah, synergize with god cards. And then the other is cards that I'm trying to think how to say this. Cards that I don't know if synergize is the right word. Cards that like use player interaction, right? Like more like hero cards, or you know, any sort of cards where it's like more stuff like bridge and trading post and stuff like that, where it's like stuff that can be used between other players. I think the game would benefit a bit from more stuff like that. It doesn't need it, but I think like that's like one of the things. More co-op cards, yeah, exactly. Some machine steampunk card vibes would be cool. I agree with that. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, a lot of the comments, the anyone who's play tested have, you know, or have seen the game in general have been like, oh, co-op cards would be, you know, good. Like, and I tell them about, you know, trading post and whatever, and they're like, oh, cool. But I think more of it would be better. Roar, yo, Mosta, what up, dude? I think I saw you. Do you stream this morning? Or whatever time it might have been? I saw like a notification. I think it was you. Unless I'm losing my mind. And I was like, oh, he's on. And then I'm like, it's like 6 in the morning for you, for me. I am, no, I didn't stream. Okay, maybe the notification was just weird. I don't know. It's strange. Maybe I was hallucinating. I don't know. I'm doing good. I'm running on like 4 hours of sleep because I was dumb and had an energy drink. And I never have energy drinks, and it kept me up till like 3 in the morning. So basic idea could be a hero that every time it kills a monster, your friend's god gains units. That'd be pretty cool. I like that idea. I mean, basic cards are good, honestly. I'm okay with basic sort of stuff. Maybe name similar to mine. Maybe I'm subscribed, or like I'm following so many more people than I used to. Just because like anytime I raid someone, I'm like, I follow them, and then now I'm just like getting so many notifications. Or did you like post like a story on or like a clip or something on Twitch? I don't know. I thought I saw something with you. I maybe I'm crazy, but haha, yeah. I think I just saw a notification on my phone. Oh, I did make a clip here. Okay, that's what it was. I just saw a notification. I'm like, Mo's done. I'm like, oh, okay, that must be. I'm like, oh, okay, I guess he's not streaming. I just didn't read the notification correctly. So there. But yeah, more co-op cards. We could do something like that. I'm trying to think about. It's just a silly clip of markups on Twitch. Markup. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I was like, am I just tired? Am I trying to understand? But yeah, I don't think I know. I don't know. One I had was the Nomad, which do/markup clip topics. Is that like a command? There's so many cool co-op cards you could do, for sure. I have the Nomad, which the idea was that it benefits from unit gain from both your allies, or like any of the effects that that apply to both your allies. So like desert would work, or like, you know, a like it benefits from the effects from your other players, the other players' cards. So like Fortress would work well, Desert would work well, but it only would attack on your turn is the idea. So that's kind of a cool one. Yes. Okay, let's. I'm gonna markup. Are you sure it's markup? Nothing's coming up. Unrecognized command. Marker. Add a stream marker at the current timestamp. Is that what you're saying? Marker. Okay. Oh, so you can add markers to a current part in the stream. So I could be like, this is like okay, I get it. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. That's kind of cool. And it's only really good for VODs, which I don't think anyone watches VODs, but yeah, so you talk about something you want to clip later. That's okay. Yeah, that's cool. Is that you, Kitten? I think the cat wants to be let in. Give me a second. Look who I found. Sorry. Look who I found. I'll approve your message in a second. You just little sweetie, how you just yellow. You can clip it and use it for sure, which it blew me away. Kinda, haha. Dang, I did draw the wrong layer. You need a redeem for that then. Yeah, here's Luna. Daily dose of Luna. Mwah. Okay. Wow. Okay. Hear me out. Hold on. Hear me out. A hero that has two sets of rules on the card. Every time it attacks, you flip it upside down and use the other set of rules when it attacks and flip it back. It is cool. That is fun. I've tried double-sided cards before. That was like one of the original ideas. The biggest thing with a double-sided card is you know when it's going to be drawn. Oh, upside down, not on its back. I see what you're saying. That would require a whole nother a whole new. You literally just got here. It'd require a whole new like face of the card, and that feels like a little bit scope creepy to me. Yeah, hi. I'm sorry. It's cool though. I'd rather something simpler. Honestly, your first idea was good. I would rather do something like that, to be honest. Bloomy got flagged. Yeah, that's so funny. Maybe when it attacks, it also moves to your board or your ally. That'd be kind of cool, like a thing that attacks and then swaps back and forth. Because if you consider jumping on the pixel art, I think your style would translate nicely into pixel art. I've thought about it. I haven't really thought about like, switching over per se, but I've definitely thought about, doing it, right? I just haven't done it in a very long time. A hero that both players has to sacrifice a hero to summon, but gains units of both sacrifice. My first thought. Interesting. We don't really have costs to play heroes. I mean, potentially you could do something like a hero with a cost on it. Like that's not undoable. Like that could be a thing that we do. Technically it's really only for spells, but you could in theory put it on another type of card. But cost also okay, first of all, if just as like a thing, if you didn't see it in the rules, costs have been reworded to side effects. The biggest thing with side effects is that they don't require the payment to be made in order to play the card. For instance, banish from existence, it disables one of your heroes till the end of your next turn. If you have no heroes, you can still play this card. So the way that would have to work is like you play this hero and it destroys one of each allied hero. Though I do not like the idea that you get to destroy your ally's hero. I feel like that feels bad. So I don't know. Hero, sorry, I keep like trying to concentrate because I'm tired. A hero that both players have a sacrifice. Okay, I already read that. You have a cost. Yeah. It would just be part of its effect. Yeah, I suppose that's. Ooh, that makes sense. Yeah, cost didn't quite make sense as the word. I'll still understand what you're saying if you say cost, but I felt like side effect made more sense. I'm playing cards like that anyway, but I can see the confusion happening. Yeah, it's you know, abilities more have costs, whereas like, yeah, I just wanted to make sure it was clear for new players. It's like one of those things I'm going to continue to call cost for the rest of my life. Like I still call, you know, this symbol power level, even though it's strength now. And I will for the remainder of my days, but you know, here we are. Well, it has to be consensual. Yeah, but like if the player puts that in their deck, like, and they draw it, like, hey, I can do this, and it's like, you know, I don't know. It's something I don't like as far as like a game feel of the game. I don't like having to like destroy your allies' cards. I like the more idea of like buffing allies. I think that's all. Like, maybe, hear me out, spells that can only be cast on allies. I mean, that could be good. I don't know what spells exist, for example, but a shield spell or something could only cast on an allied hero, not yours. I personally disagree, but I understand your player interactions should be gifts mentally. Yeah, it's more of a I don't like playing around sacrificing your, like, doing like negative things to your allies. I know it's like it could be either way. My main thing is like when God of Destruction benefited from anyone dying, like any players cards dying, there was a lot of times where like people would purposely get their allied players, not like purposely get them killed, but they'd be banking on your ally dying because it's actually better for you if your ally dies, then you get the units and then you get to use them on your stuff. It just felt weird, and I don't know, I didn't like it. Any more Journal Z fusion fusing two heroes? Yeah, I don't know, maybe, but I'll think about that one. I don't like hate it, but I'm also it probably would be a better thing. Like the way to counteract that would be like you have to destroy a hero, but you play the card on your allies board. That would probably be like a more fitting one for my design philosophy, right? Like, yeah, forcing your ally gets the card, and then that automatically like removes the sort of that feeling. I really should write down Armies Against Entropy's design philosophy at some point. It's all kind of in my head, but Fortizes for 1 turn, returns the heroes used back. That'd be interesting. Okay, though. I don't think my brain is fully suited for coming up with abilities. I mean, we could just talk about that if you guys want to. I'm not sure I'm the highest energy. So if we want to just draw something, we can. I don't know if it needs to be a hero. I mean, we probably need like more other things. Let's look at the beta cards and see what we're lacking in. I mean, we only have 1 spell. We could make some spells. If only there was a drink for that, true. Should I kind of have a little bit of energy? Robot. Robot would be cool. Cool robot mech, dude. Woo! I am like somewhat trying to like decide how much that fits in the lore of the game. I feel like steampunk would be fine, but I'm also trying to debate on that too, you know. I guess we have airships. We've kind of already gone into the realm of like magical technology, right? Though I feel like a ship probably is a lot less complex than a robot, but if it's like a magical, like it could just be like a magical robot construct, right? At that point. And then it's like it kind of looks like a robot, but it's actually powered by magic, you know? And how much have I really paid attention to the lore on this game? It's just the destination is very steampunk. Samming mech suit or something, yeah. I mean, what are robots if not advanced metal golems? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, right? We have golems, we have airships, we, have magic. It probably all works out. Oh, I have a treat for y'all. Hello? Wait. Pointing at my wall. There you go. Lunacam. You know it. I mean, we could just draw like a mech suit sort of thing. You know what? Screw it. We're just gonna draw it, and then we can come up with an ability later. Why not? It sounds fun. I did like your idea of or your, was it you who referenced the robots from Darkest Dungeon? Because those ones look really cool. Mech suit that gives you play on top of here that gives it a buff. It would have to be a spell. Yes, it was me. That could be cool. I guess that would work as a spell technically. I was like, I can't create like an armor suit type of card. Are you crazy? No, but but yeah, a spell would work perfectly fine. Like mecha power armor. Or have both, right? Where it's like one's like a power armor thing and one's a whatever, like a robot, and then we kind of we kind of like I think the nation this has to be is the Ice Nation, which is kind of weird. Like I don't know what the Tech Nation is here. Or even a structure, right? Whatever a hero is under gets the buff. Oh, yeah, that could be kind of cool. That'd be cool to have like an armory card or something like that, where it's like, yeah, you put it under the hero and they gain like an attack bonus or something. Which I guess is kind of the, well, yeah, I don't know. That'd be kind of cool. I guess you could just like a whole new nation, yeah. The Ice Nation is currently like the most like advanced, and I think at least in transportation is kind of the idea. But lore is super loose at this point. But hello, DDP, what up, dude? The Nerd Nation, the gnomes or something. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know how much I want to put in like every fantasy race, you know? I've got elves and I've got humans, but I don't have anything past that. So I'm unsure whether I want to just like fully dive into like every single fantasy race. Or a robot could be mid-war invasion made out of desperation. Oh yeah, true. It could be like a collaborative creature, right? I mean, honestly, it probably would make the most sense to be part of like the magical like people, right? Because the magic people are kind of like their own group. They're kind of outcasts because magic is frowned upon. Typical, whatever. I'm gonna leave it ambiguous. That's true too. Human Steampunk Nation. With the intention of designation for the for destruction of the old god again. Yeah, I think that works. Honestly, just part of the magic people. Or maybe I don't know. I think we just draw it just because it sounds fun. I do like the Darkest Dungeon robot. Let's take a look at it. I don't want to fully copy it. I mean, it's very like, what's it called? Rot, you gotta... Never mind. I found him. I think this is it. This is official. Whatever, here it is. This guy. Something like that. I like the big mech boy. Bean Dredge. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. It'd be like something like this. Although it's probably going to be cuter because, you know, my style leans toward that. But I think that's kind of cool. What up, Bean? How you doing, dude? I like the Big Daddy from BioShock. Yeah. Now played Darkest Dungeon. I've not seen that guy. I'm guessing it's an expansion, if I remember correctly. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? I don't know. I don't play Darkest Dungeon either, but it's cool. I also like the idea of like you know, like what's his name from Full Metal Alchemist or something, right? Like just big armor robot guy. I'm trying to decide if I draw it in, like if I draw the character separate like I normally do, or if I do this kind of like the if I do this kind of like how I drew the stone golem, where it's kind of just its own thing, you know, or like any creatures or whatever. It's not in like the exact style, you know. It's like this robot, similar vibe to one. It's from Darkest Dungeon Black Reliquary. Okay, gotcha. Oh, I'm struggling, y'all. Okay. We need the card template. Step 1. Step 2, zoom in, enhance. Step 3, make this any other color than white so we're not being blinded constantly. Oh, my camera got kerfuffled. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. I mean, he will have like the flow is way too high, or smoothing's way too high. I would imagine we've got I guess maybe I'll just draw the character design for a second here. Unimpeded. He's got a head. It will be floating like everything else. I do like, you know, big collar kind of thing, right? Where you've got, which will make the head look less floaty, but it's okay. I really do like the pipes in the back. Those are kind of cool, right? I like those are fun to give that robot vibe. We're just doing a bit of character design first. I like kind of the idea of maybe that his eyes are different, like they're kind of more circles, right? His head's probably just like perfectly circular. Bulky body. Looking like the Iron Giant. This isn't exactly what we're doing, but I guess he's kind of like an orb. Very circular shaped language here. Maybe do like something like that. Yeah, the question is, do I give him like little stick legs like all my other style, or I don't know, how did I do the stone golem? I think that probably should Stone Golem kind of has stick legs, but they're like bigger. Of course, he's the size of a literal mountain, so buff C3PO, exactly. Now I feel like getting back into playing Dark Dungeon. Yeah. There you go. Live to honestly, he's kind of looking like he's maybe looking a little too much like Blitzcrank from League of Legends. Ha. If you know, you know. Do I give him little stick legs? Sorry. He's just a little guy. That's really funny. He can't have little stick legs, unfortunately. Bro needs stabilizers. It's kind of cute though. I do like the, you know, I don't know. What do we do here? I mean, he's gonna have like disproportionate legs, I'm pretty sure. But we can at least give him like, I don't know what I'm doing here. We would have a hip, right? For a hip joints. And then a leggy, and then these are too long. Just bear with me for a second. I'm just gonna draw it and then I'm gonna shift it. This is a sketch anyway. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of like big boots. You know what I'm talking about? On. Let's do this. And you give him like big old boots. This is the ideas phase. It's not all gonna be good. Pieces of Exodia. It could be cool. Something like that. I don't know. For some reason, I'm like kind of like, I do like the idea, but I'm also like, for some reason, somewhat opposed to it. But I guess, I don't know. For some reason, part of me is just like, I guess it depends on how useful the cards are on their own, I suppose. Like, if they're all useless on their own, I'm like, I don't want to draw 5 cards that are, like, pointless, right? But if they're, like, relatively low-level cards and then you put them together, that could maybe be interesting. That's, like, way off. I feel like more. Do you have a waist? The anime looks pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know. Probably. I'm trying to like fit it within the style, right? which is like not exactly conducive to like something so different, but because honestly, like you look at most of these characters, I mean, they do have a waist, but like they don't really have like hips, right? I mean, they kind of do. I guess they do. Some of them are just kind of like a little weird. I do like him kind of looking like an orb, though, you know? Kind of just a big old orb boy. I guess the way the Darkest Dungeon one is kind of like this. It'd be funny to just have art have the stick have with only one armor piece that is massive. Yeah, that would be funny. I don't care what you should do to improve it, but keep the style. I have no experience with drawing keys style. It's not even just like, it's just like the limitations of like what the style looks like and how much you should break it, right? It's not really so much like making sure to keep the style. It's like, or like keeping it cute. It's trying to make sure that it doesn't like break too many rules. You can break the rules, but like eventually it looks kind of outside of the realm of what it's supposed to be. This is maybe okay still. Yeah, well, the Dark Dungeon one had similar head. A smaller head compared to the body. Yeah, that could work too. Yeah, it's pretty small for sure. Yeah, maybe we could try that. Yeah, I kind of like that better. I do like the idea of like big collar. I always like the big like bomb defusal armor, you know what I'm talking about? EOD armor, whatever it's called. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is a mecha yet or a robot, but it feels more robot-like to me. Feels more what I'm going for. Now I don't know what the like most of like, I mean, not everything, but I try to sort of have like a like a motif, I guess is maybe the closest word I can think of for like what each sort of like design means for like the mechanics itself. Like magic usually has to do with card draw, you know, fighting usually has to do with like gaining units before it, or like you know, war or attacking or whatever usually has to do with gaining units before attacking, or like it's like attacking is like its own sort of thing. You know, holy is kind of like defensive generally. So like there's like kind of like, I don't know what the motif would be. I don't know if that's the right word, but what that would be for technology, right? Sorry, can't stay for long. I'll be catching you around. Okay, no problem, dude. I appreciate stopping in. Appreciate being here. Oh, I'm the worst. Hold on. Let me I know you're leaving, but I'm gonna give you a shout out. I always forget to do it. I'm bad at it. Most A-L-J. L? Yeah. Does that work? There we go. See you, dude. Have a good one. Everyone check out Mosta. He does pixel art. I think you would enjoy it. He's working on a cute mouse game. I think if you like my art, you would like Mosta's stuff. I'm liking that better. The smaller head was a good call. I'm just working on the silhouette at this point. And then we can kind of add better details later. I think honestly just having like the hands detached, even if the legs are still are like a little bit beefier, I think kind of works. And then maybe give them like a little more angular shape language when we actually do our better drawing here. How are we doing on time? 8 minutes until an ad. We also could, rather than just giving him like little circle hands, we could give him like, you know, beefier robot square hands or something. Honestly, even if they're just cubes, that'd be kind of funny. I feel like it doesn't read as a hand as a cube. I don't know, something like that, maybe. Maybe technology units buff other technology units around them. That could be interesting. Or honestly, even like a more of a open synergy, like more of like a buffing class in general. That would fit with kind of what Anonymous was saying about like cards that could be like a mech suit that could be placed on someone, like power armor kind of deal. If we go with that sort of route, as not necessarily like this card, I feel like this has got to be more of a hero the way I've drawn it. If we did like a mech suit, I think that could be cool, like having different pieces of whatever, like claw machine hands. That could be good. Honestly, hold on. Hold on. I was halfway there. I was just backwards. I don't know what shapes I was even making, to be honest, but I was drawing something. Yeah, he's cooking. But I do like the idea of buffing things would be kind of interesting. We probably should have gone with something that I've already written down rather than just kind of drawing something and then kind of figuring it out later. But, you know, it is what it is. I do think we need to add like some better detail to him and then maybe like something magical. I do like the idea of like, you know, like a crystal kind of deal. I don't know, you know. He looks fun. How do we feel about him? The general idea, at least. we can add more detail and stuff, but do we want to like pose him in some sort of interesting way, or is it kind of cool if he's just kind of, you know, just standing there hulking, you know, hulking out? I feel like posing him too in like some sort of dynamic pose wouldn't look right. Looks cool, like the yellow thing. Yeah, there you go. Honestly, probably looks too much like Blitzcrank. It's probably Han. I don't know if y'all are League players, but he's looking pretty Blitzcrank-esque. Give me the art. No, don't show me ads. Where the heck is the... Don't you love when you click on something and it just takes you... I miss the old Google image search where you could kind of just click on an image and it would just, you know, pull up the image. But I feel like now it's just like it takes you to the website where it is, and then it's just annoying. Okay, there we go. It's blurry, but you get the point. It's kind of looking like Blitzcrank. A little bit. But I mean, I guess like this is just big robot, right? Like, and steampunk. We'll make it look a little different when we add details. Make it only at Endlands cost? Maybe. I could potentially see that. Or something along those lines. Yeah, I guess let's look at the composition. I mean, he's gonna be smaller. He's gonna be like kind of here. Part of me was like, it'd be kind of interesting to have like little people working on him, but I also don't really... Nice gloves, mate. Thanks, dude. What's up, Chirpy? How you doing? Yeah, I have two gloves. Of the gloves and the compression brace, which is excessive, but also, you know, it keeps you from keeps me from the pain. Yeah, I hope the ones you're using are helping. My brother's trying to convince me to buy a like a $500 keyboard. It's like one of those ones that's like a split keyboard, and then it's got indented keys, and then it's like the shift, alt, and control are on your thumbs instead, so you're not like reaching with your pinkies, and like definitely worth it so far and way cheaper than those keyboards. Yeah, it's probably not like a better solution necessarily, but in the short term, it's probably good. And honestly, I feel like maybe this is just me coping, but I feel like I feel like my wrists haven't been as bad as they used to be, but maybe that's me coping. Not saying the keyboards wouldn't have a big benefit, but yeah. Indeed. Also, y'all, if you haven't checked out Chirpy, you should. The maddest of Chirpies. I'll give him a shout out. I can type. He's working on a like a point and click adventure horror game. Pretty cool. Cool art style. All that. Cheers, mate. No problem, dude. He's a cool dude. We're drawing a robot. If you couldn't tell. Yeah, we rated him once or twice before, but yeah. Got some cool stuff. What's your name of your game again? Shroud of Bloom? Bloom? Gloom. Is that right? You tell me. Everyone check it out. Shroud of Gloom. Yes. Sorry. I was just confused for a second there. Oop, we're about to hit an ad. Yeah, it looks cool for sure. Yeah, I feel like this little guy's gonna need some sort of posing, but I kind of like the idea of crushing a bad guy. Like just has like his hand up, like, you know. I guess that would imply that he's like huge. I'm mostly trying to decide if I want to draw an endling, or if I just copy it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll play around with it. Let's take a quick 3-minute break. We will be back. You get to watch one of my videos in the meantime. Yeah, we will be back in 3 minutes, and then we'll have an hour of ad-free time. So be back, and see you in a bit. Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend or on your own, excited to dive into the combat or interesting mechanics, when you run into a character whose dialogue just seems to last forever? And even if the story seems interesting, you can't help but mash the skip button. Or maybe you played a game where the story is sprinkled subtly throughout, tucked away in books and item descriptions, painstakingly written by the developers. And despite all that depth, you couldn't be bothered to read any of it. As a game designer, I've been thinking a lot about story in my own games. Granted, I design board games, so generally my story ends up being a 2-sentence blurb at the top of the rulebook or a handful of lines on a card. But it makes you ask, who's actually reading this? Who's it actually for? And I'm not so dumb to think that nobody reads it or it's never enjoyable, but it does bring up the question, do games need story? If I left it all out, if I ignored the flavor text on a card, would anyone even care? Now I bet you're thinking the answer to that question is it depends. It depends if the story is good. It depends on what kind of game it's in. Maybe it even depends on your mood that day. And honestly, you'd be right. As skippable as some stories are, some capture our hearts. They evoke emotion, they make us laugh, smile, and even cry. The characters, the bits of lore, the trials and adventures, we carry those with us. They're a gift, a treasure we keep forever. These stories can matter to us so much. So why is it sometimes they just get in the way? Today I want to dive into this topic and try to understand, do games really need a story? Do they need characters and lore? Do they even need a theme? So join me today as we explore the question, do games need story? First and foremost, let's talk about what story is. I know it's a bit cliche to start by reading off the definition of a story, but as I began my research on this topic, I quickly realized it's kind of hard to actually define. Most definitions will tell you something like an account of imaginary or real people told for entertainment, or simply an account of incidents or events. But if you look at this from a writer's perspective, you'll get a better idea of what a story is made of. Most important of which is that a story needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. And while that might not be a textbook definition, it's a structure that dates back to Aristotle in 300 BC and is still used today. So I would say it's as important as any definition. Here's the thing, that definition doesn't quite sit right with me when it comes to games. Because unlike a movie or a book that unfolds linearly, even if the story jumps around, a game can be told whichever way it wants. A game's entire story can be told through item descriptions or even the environment itself. And while it might not be told to you, it's still there. Let's take Minecraft for example. On the surface, there is no story. It's completely non-linear and you can go wherever you want. There's no dialogue, no lore-filled text. We're barely even really given a theme. I mean, what is it, like fantasy, post-apocalyptic, steampunk? Yeah, I don't know. But I think it would be unfair to say that Minecraft doesn't have a story. It's just told visually, not with words. The details are never stated outright. They're shown to us and left to our interpretation. You never learn who the zombies once were. You never know who built the strongholds. You never know who left a portal half buried in the sand. Minecraft's story isn't spoken. It's left behind for you to uncover. We are but does back that story have a beginning, a middle, and an end? Arguably no. Instead, it's made up of what are called narrative fragments. These are building blocks that comprise a story. Bits of lore. This button. Gotta get to work, but have a good rest of your stream. You too, dude. I appreciate. Well, I'm assuming you're. Well, I don't remember when you stream. What times you do? You stream forever, though. I swear. But yeah, dude. Have a good rest of your. Or good work. Sorry, I'm really tired. You have a good work session. Whatever that may be. I guess we could give him like a little bit of posing. Like we could do like, I don't know. Just like a little bit of like leg movement here. I guess giving him knees would be kind of crucial to this. And then I guess if we wanted to, we could have like an endling. Just on another layer. An endling like in its hand. Like the little endling. It only has 4 legs, right? Whatever, it doesn't matter. You went out? Okay. Oh, whoa. That was a squeak, kitten. And then maybe it's like stepping on one as well, like it's crushing it under its foot. I got more like triangle heads. That kind of goes along with the lore that Maximus was saying, like it would be like a post-war invention. I don't even know if you'd call it a war. I guess it's a war. You know, versus the old god kind of deal. Whatever you would call that. It almost doesn't feel like a war because it's like such a calamity, right? Guess we'll put him in like the mountains, maybe. Most of the magical stuff is like near the mountains. Like that's kind of the vibe. I don't know. Something like that. Yeah, he's a collaborative creature. Honestly, I don't hate the idea of like killing a creature grants your allies units. I think that's actually kind of cool for this. Now that I'm thinking about it. I think this is it. What do we think? Anyone got any opinions? Again, we'll give him more like detail and stuff, but maybe like he's holding it up more and like kind of like looking at it more, but well, endlings are made of crystals, so it's kind of not really I don't know. I don't think they have blood. Crystal shards. I don't know. I think this is the idea. I think this is it. I don't know. What do we think? Do we like it? Do we hate it? I give up and start over. I traced the guy in stream Discord chat. Let's take a look. Stream chat. That's wild. You work fast. Didn't hear what the stuff behind it was supposed to be. Well, they were like supposed to be like you know, like pipes or something. Anyway, you want me to cool if I show it? But anyway, my style again, I guess, before our ad version. There you go. Sure, cool. There you go. Look at him. That's fun. You got the evil eyes. Yeah, I gotta I'll have to see what colors we play with. I do like the color choice though. It's cool. It's fun. I like it. Hell yeah. Robot card fan art before it's even before it's even done. I like it. I think I am gonna give him like a bit more detail. I guess I probably should just do one more sketch over this, like an additional sketch layer. Let's use a even more different color. Green, I suppose. Probably more boxy does look better, I guess. I guess we'll do like a combination of like rounded shapes and harder edges. I don't know. He's a robot guy. For some reason this seems interesting to me. Doing the angles away. But I don't know. Mostly because it doesn't make any sense. The red, okay, yes, was about to say the red seems evil, yeah. This green line art really isn't doing it for me, but kind of not the most visible, but it's all right. we do like these are like an exhaust pipe, but I'm trying to decide like how I make it look. And like it's very like it's so typical for like a giant mech to have like a or like a robot like this to have an exhaust pipe thing going out the back, and I'm like, is it too much? Is it too the same as like every other mecha metal golem kind of deal? Or is it fine that it's kind of, you know, samey as everything else? So that looks a little better. This is probably hard to see. Honestly, it's hard to see for me even. Let's just do a overlay into this like I don't know, like red maybe. There we go. Struggling to see what I was doing. It's still a sketch. I need to stop being so precise about it. He of course needs rivets. How else are you supposed to be a robot if you don't have rivets, you know? What's the song? Ancient City one. This one is yes, Exploring the Ruined City. I should know them better because like I listen to this soundtrack so often, but it's also they've kind of all blended together a little bit in my brain. Lazy Laser songs are peak, yeah. It's honestly, yeah. I'm super happy with. I'm happy that I contacted him. It's something I'm proud of, you know. Like it sounds stupid, but like, I think probably not long ago I would be too nervous to reach out to some random person and be like, hey, can I use your music for this? You know, I'd be like, ah, they won't do it. They don't want whatever, blah, blah, blah. But I'm very happy I did because it's good. It almost is like my freaking theme song at this point, or like theme music. At some point, maybe I'll have to like find more music, but I don't know. Maybe I'll get sick of it at some point. Who knows? If you guys haven't, I think most of you have, but if you haven't, there is a poll in the Discord server that is about the time of Friday's stream. If you would be so kind to make sure to take a look at it. Currently, most people seem for changing the time, with the one exception, not to call Maximus out, but of Maximus. At least that's what it looks like the vote is so far. Now, to be fair, part of that, there is a part of me that makes that a reason to not change it, because, you know, Maximus is like the one of the oldest viewers here. Not as in age, but as in longest, one of the longest watching viewers. However, I'm unsure whether I should what I should do with all that. Because like Fridays sometimes are good and sometimes they're like just like dead, you know. But even like right now, it's not like, oh wait, sorry, I'm just showing you an empty cardboard box with like a bunch of cat hair in it. But even like right now, it's not like super active, right? Not like our chat's like blowing up right now. So it is interesting to consider. What? Why are you being so crazy for? Why do you what? Can't yelling at me. Just keeps yelling at me. I want to be in, I want to be out. I just have you on in the background. Wow. I'm just kidding. That's fine. You are more than allowed. I mean, I think my content is more like co-working content anyway in general, right? So I'm not like particularly upset about that. What? No, you just got in here. I'm not letting you back out. Message held. Is it stream boo or someone saying something? Stream boo denied. The streamiest of boos. I think my cat's mad at me because I was at my brother's house all day, and now she is demanding my attention. No. No. Come here. Come here. Come here. He's refusing. Oh, man. Okay. Girl, chill. Yo, my kitten's crazy. I think I'm gonna try to like see if I can just take the Endling art and kind of just smash it on here and like warp it and make it look correct, but I have the feeling I'm gonna have to draw more Endlings, and of course I didn't make them super easy to draw. So you know, here we are. What? She wants to play so bad. I feel bad. Guys, do we need to take a kitten break? The real question. Question of the hour. What? Come here. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Yeah, you're a prisoner now. You're trapped. No. Oh, you're fine. What are you freaking out for, huh? What are you freaking out for, huh? What are you being crazy? This one... Gun spinning by the fire. No. You stay. No, you stay. Okay, fine, leave. Leave me, see if I care. Alright, you want out again? Okay, fine. Get out. Come on, get it. Fine. Alright. Go on, get. I'm giving him like. Is she seriously at my door? I kind of figured she would be like this. Like I said, I just haven't been paying attention to her because I haven't been home. But man alive, I tell you what. Just adding a little bit of detail in here and seeing if we can't make it look a smidge better. I don't know, something like that. Seems cool. Might be a little too much detail, but we'll it's good enough to get us started here. Turn off this layer. There we go. Make this lower opacity. One of the nice tricks is if you're trying to draw over, if you're inking your, your digital art, to lower the opacity of your sketch layer. That way you can tell if you're drawing on the wrong layer. It only works so well for certain things, but here we are. Beats, what are your what do you think about Silk Song coming out in 2 weeks? It seems cool. I personally not a huge Metroidvania guy in general. I'm changing this literally after I just refine the sketch, but I'm starting to decide I want a little bit more of an arm socket here. Not a huge Metroidvania guy. Not that I hate him or anything, but I guess I just don't usually like platformer type games, like side scrollers, I guess, in general. Not that I have again anything against them per se, but I just they're not really my thing. That said, so I have never played the first Hollow Knight. But I do love the art of the game. I think it's a not only beautiful, but just very cute, charming, awesome style. So I'm excited to see more of the art than anything else. But yeah, I can definitely appreciate the game for its art. I think it's an awesome looking game. And of course, you know, they're bugs, and I like beetles. Who would have thought? So, yeah, looks cool. I honestly don't know much about the game. I mean, I like as far as like the like much about it in general, right? I mean, I saw the trailer. I had to watch it. Like you know at least about it from at the very least the memes, you know. Where it's like, oh, when's this thing coming out? Oh, never. I like the top comment on the YouTube video where it was like, it's like September, whatever, and they're like, this year? Question mark. So funny. Outgunned. This is definitely outgunned. I know this one by heart. But yeah, no, it seems cool. I wish I was more into Metroidvanias. Maybe if I gave it a chance, I would like it. But usually that style of game, I'm not really a huge fan of. As far as gameplay goes, rather. So, but yeah, seems cool. I'm happy for the people who are excited about it. You know. Totally sure how I feel about the exhaust pipe things, but they're here. They're kind of reminding me of like Tinker Toys. You guys ever play with those as a kid? You know what I'm talking about? I can pull them up if we don't know what I'm talking about. If I sound like a crazy person right now. Icon is really cool. It's really grown on me. Kind of looks like a missile launcher. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, it kind of looks like those like shoulder mounted like rocket pod things in like MechWarrior. Or I guess in real life as well, but don't worry, you always sound like a crazy person. Good. I'm glad. Glad at least I'm consistent, you know? Let me pull them up. Tinker Toys. I feel like even if you haven't played with them, you'll know what I'm talking about when I pull them up. Maybe. It has to. Okay, I can't pull up Amazon because Amazon will dox you. Copy image address. Paste. These things. Surely you've seen these things before. Like these little wooden blocks. Like these things are look like the little things on the top. They got the little holes in them. I haven't. Well, No, I haven't seen them. Okay, well, maybe it's an American thing. I assume you guys are, yeah, you guys aren't in America. Maybe it's an American thing. Actually, it probably is, because I think one of their things is like US made, blah, 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 you know? I'm Dutch, yeah. I was gonna say, I mean, like, I'm assuming, like, based on time zones, I'm very much assuming you're not American. Anyway, they're little wooden toys that you kind of like connects, but less complex, more rudimentary, primitive, I guess is the word I was looking for. They seem fun, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, like I said, they're connects, but I'm assuming you've heard of connects. I'm not crazy, right? Connects are more universal. I'll lose my mind if you haven't heard of connects. Yes, okay. Wipe the brow from wipe the sweat off my hat. Do we do like the little like crystal shape here? Like, do we do like this? Does that look cool? I guess so. Guys, I'm hungry already. I'm boating well for me. This guy's proportions are all kind of messed up. Not gonna lie. I'm really afraid to flip the canvas. It was a mistake. I shouldn't have flipped the canvas. I should have just lived in blissful ignorance. Need a canvas flip redeem? I guess so. Like, no, let me live in blissful ignorance. I don't want to. Oh, sorry. My grandpa and grandpa and grandma used to have something. Never looked up again. It was kind of like Connects, but metal parts and you screws and stuff. Ooh, wait, I know this. It's kind of a funny name, right? Erector sets. Am I wrong in thinking that? You could even have small motors or something, mech motors or something. Oh, I was gonna say erector sets, which is also on erector set. Let me see if this is the same thing. Mechano. Okay, basically same thing. Kitten, you're driving me insane. That's what it looked like. On. The cat's making me lose my mind. Here. What are you doing? What's going on with you, huh? Alright, guys. We need to take a few second break. Ignore the paint splotches on my shorts, but give me a second here. We're gonna go full limit. Here. Wait, is this gonna work? Come on. My cord isn't quite long enough. That good? There we go. Come here. You gotta be in camera. It's the only prerequisite here. I can barely see the message, but bye, Tivo. It's good seeing you. This cat needs attention. You're crazy. Why are you so crazy? Huh? Okay. Okay, they're all over my gloves. Okay. Hopefully that was enough to. Oops, sorry. Hopefully that was enough to get her to chill a little bit. You gonna chill now? I mean, that's crazy. Gonna go eat dinner now. I kind of could read it from far away, but sent it in stream chat. Mechano. Yeah, I mean, this is almost exactly what I was talking about. Just a different name for it. Yeah, see you, dude. Appreciate you being here. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Or food, I guess. Depending on if you come back or not. But yeah, enjoy your meal. No, don't eat that. Don't. No. Stop. You don't. Well, kitten's being very challenging right now. All right. We lost all our viewership. Okay. I'm back to work, guys. I promise. You're just trying to eat like a fur ball. And I'm like, what are you doing? Shed a bunch and he's like, oh, this seems like a good thing to eat. And I'm like, you're literally gonna have a hairball later. What are you doing? Why would you do this to yourself? You know? Why do the cat do that way? Yeah. Sorry I'm low energy, guys. My brain is not like fully here today. Trying to do my best, but we you know, here we are. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. We just do this. It just kind of looks like he's like, these are shoulders that are moving around. And we hope for the best. That it makes logical sense. Maybe just do this like image larger. There we go. That's something at least. trying to decide if I want, like, to do anything with this. Kind of like the idea of, like, it's like, you know, exposed internals in here. Yeah, I guess that's kind of cool. Oops, did not mean to do that. That's too much. That's just right, I think. Yeah, what are you guys up to? You working on anything cool? Anything fun? Anyone co-working right now? I think I need something. Maybe that's it. There needs to be some detail here. It feels too empty. Yeah, I wasn't sure about a robot, but you can never really, you can always convince me to draw a robot. You know what I mean? I'm a robot kind of guy. Kind of interesting though. Like my feelings on like fantasy versus sci-fi have dramatically changed over the years of like which one I prefer. I used to definitely like sci-fi more. And now I think I like fantasy more. I think that I don't know, I like that you just have like so much more freedom with it. At least in terms of like creating it. But also like I think there's a lot more interesting things that can happen in fantasy compared to sci-fi. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like sci-fi, well, obviously it's not. Like obviously there's like rigid rules to sci-fi, right? I really do like mixes of both. Like, I mean, I think that's why, like, you know, Star Wars works well, right? It's a sci-fi fantasy, really. Like, the Force is very, like, there's elements explained, I suppose, but you know, it's very or very fantasy for sure. Ooh, what card is this for? We don't really have a name or anything for it. I'm just sleep deprived, and I was like, we just got to start drawing something. And Grot was like a robot, and I'm like, you know what? Why not? We could have like a steampunk robot thing, and then we'll come up with an ability for it later. Speaking of which, I need to save this card. I have not saved yet. Also, hello, Fig. How are you today? Pleasure to see you here, as always. I hope your day is going well. We're just gonna call it Robot for now. And we'll rename it later. Or, more likely, never touch the name again and change it in the actual thing at some point. Erase that. Also, what are you up to? How have you been? What's life like? But yeah, Beast Mechanoid. Yeah, he's kind of like a, I don't know, steampunk robot kind of deal. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even bother drawing this hand until until I know how the little endling is going to be being destroyed, but it definitely looks like Blitzcrank from League of Legends a little bit, but it's okay. What can you do? There's a few things in the Discord I'm wondering if I should peek at. Yeah. My kid is currently stealing my breakfast, so there's that. Ah. Dang. I would recommend fighting back. I'm just kidding, I don't know. I have no recommendations. I am not a father. I do not know how to, you know, I don't know how to parent. How do we like this guy? Does he need anything? Do you like him? You think he needs anything? Let's pull up the handling fonts fantasy. Or no, it'd be entropy. Do I have handling in a separate document? There he is. Missing leg and all. Actually, before I do this, let's flip my canvas. Yeah, I like the little ant guy. Oh, the endling. Yeah. Well, he's about to die, so don't like him too much. I probably should just be redrawing these rather than... Maybe what I'll do is I'll just put it here and then I'll like kind of like I'll pose it and then redraw it afterward. Because like in theory it should just be... It's just merge group. It are time to die, endling. It are time to die. He needs to kind of have his legs like, you know, straighter. In theory, they could just be like shattered because he is like a little crystal guy. You know. Yeah, this isn't right. Like we should put him under the line art too. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to redraw them, which is kind of annoying, but this will be just for sketch purposes. This is our rough draft, what it looks like. That's one. And then the other one is going to be approximately this size. We're really going to want to like have some variation in like the head direction, right? Like it's kind of like all the same, whatever. And if I were doing this in my like 24-hour, not 24-hour, like the 2-week time frame, I would not do this. But because I have the time, I think I have to do it the right way. Despite this going to be like taking the rest of stream to just draw all of this, you know. I really need to not pet my cat with these gloves on because they just are so full of cat hair now. She sheds a lot more than she used to, especially because it's hot out. But man, do she be shedding? I'll tell you what. Do she be shedding? That's very proper English, huh? I think there's still something I don't like about this robot, but I don't know. It's not perfect. Maybe I'll like it better when it's fully rendered, but the eyes were too high. I don't know. This will go into the sketch. Just turn that off for now. I guess we can turn off this sketch layer and this sketch layer. More like that. Maybe we can. Oh, we're hitting ad. Okay, we'll do the ad break and then we'll get to line arting these endlings, I suppose. All right, be right back. We'll have a 3-minute break and then we'll have an hour of uninterrupted art time. So back in 3 minutes.
Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend or on your own, excited to dive into the combat or interesting mechanics, when you run into a character whose dialogue just seems to last forever? And even if the story seems interesting, you can't help but mash the skip button. Or maybe you played a game where the story is sprinkled subtly throughout, tucked away in books and item descriptions, painstakingly written by the developers. And despite all that depth, you couldn't be bothered to read any of it. As a game designer, I've been thinking a lot about story in my own games. Granted, I design board games, so generally my story ends up being a 2-sentence blurb at the top of the rulebook or a handful of lines on a card. But it makes you ask, who's actually reading this? Who's it actually for? And I'm not so dumb to think that nobody reads it or it's never enjoyable, but it does bring up the question, do games need story? If I left it all out, if I ignored the flavor text on a card, would anyone even care? Now, I bet you're thinking the answer to that question is it depends. It depends if the story is good. It depends on what kind of game it's in. Maybe it even depends on your mood that day. And honestly, you'd be right. As skippable as some stories are, some capture our hearts. They evoke emotion, they make us laugh, smile, and even cry. The characters, the bits of lore, the trials and adventures, we carry those with us. They're a gift, a treasure we keep forever. These stories can matter to us so much. So why is it sometimes they just get in the way? Today I want to dive into this topic and try to understand, do games really need a story? Do they need characters and lore? Do they even need a theme? So join me today as we explore the question, do games need story? First and foremost, let's talk about what story is. I know it's a bit cliche to start by reading off the definition of a story, but as I began my research on this topic, I quickly realized it's kind of hard to actually define. Most definitions will tell you something like an account of imaginary or real people told for entertainment, or simply an account of incidents or events. But if you look at this from a writer's perspective, you'll get a better idea of what a story is made of. Most important of which is that a story needs a beginning, a middle, and an end. And while that might not be a textbook definition, it's a structure that dates back to Aristotle in 300 BC and is still used today. So I would say it's as important as any definition. Here's the thing, that definition doesn't quite sit right with me when it comes to games. Because unlike a movie or a book that unfolds linearly, even if the story jumps around, a game can be told whichever way it wants. A game's entire story can be told through item descriptions or even the environment itself. And while it might not be told to you, it's still there. Let's take Minecraft, for example. On the surface, there is no story. It's completely non-linear, and you can go wherever you want. There's no dialogue, no lore-filled text. We're barely even really given a theme. I mean, what is it, like fantasy, post-apocalyptic, steampunk? Yeah, I don't know. But I think it would be unfair to say that Minecraft doesn't have a story. It's just told visually, not with words. The details are never stated outright. They're shown to us and left to our interpretation. You never learn who the zombies once were. You never know who built the strongholds. You never know who left a portal half buried in the sand. Minecraft's story isn't spoken. It's left behind for you to uncover. But does that story have a beginning, a middle, and an end? Arguably no. Instead, it's made up of what are called narrative fragments. These are building blocks that comprise a story. Bits of lore or visuals that aren't a story on their own that suggest a greater narrative. His influence is dark, but I do not blame you for your curiosity, but cleanse yourself of it immediately. It will ruin you and all you care about. That's just one tidbit from a singular item from Risk Rain 2. Alone, it hardly means much, but we do understand that there's something out there seeking to corrupt us, something evil. There's more to the story. But without reading through hundreds of item descriptions, you'll never get the full picture. But if players only encounter small fragments of the story, or maybe miss it entirely, why include it at all? The simplest reason is that there are some players who care, and some that don't. However, something like text in item descriptions is a great way to get around the skippable dialogue problem we were talking about earlier, because you can tell the story you want to tell without it getting in the way of the gameplay. Of course, there are more complex answers as well. Story can help shape the game's creation, and even set the right tone and atmosphere. Lords of the Fallen's checkpoints could have just been called checkpoints, but instead they're called vestiges, a sacred site where a previous...
Put my gloves back on. Why is the heck? Oh, I left that on the whole time. I'm sorry. Pro streamer. I feel like I'm getting like shin splints for some reason, and I don't know why. It's not like I've been like walking excessively or anything. It's like my shins freaking hurt. Couldn't tell ya. All right. That's nothing. Robot. This will be endlings. I guess we can put it on the layer above, and then we're just gonna erase where we or we don't want the endlings. Maybe we just put them on top for now. There we go. And then this goes on top of there, and then we kind of just draw them a bit. Just give them some variation. Doesn't need to be perfect, right? I want them to be slightly differentiated. They're not the main subject of the thing either, so probably okay if we make them a little less good looking. Let's hope it turns out okay. We'll see. What was the idea for this again? What was the I'm trying to remember the mechanic that Grot was saying. Oh, the Alex are so cute. I want one as a pet. Well, too bad they're dying here. They're getting murdered. And honestly, kind of your fault. I think you were the one who suggested that be crushing an endling. It be dying. It do be dying. This one's just getting crushed. What were you saying earlier about what you mentioned like a mechanic. It was the simpler one you mentioned. What was it? Oh, when it kills something, it gives an ally something. I think I like that as an idea for this guy. Yeah, the endlings are kind of cool. I based them off of ants, was the idea originally. You kill a monster with the robot, it gives your an ally a unit. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Wait, this just turned so sad. I told you. I warned you, to be fair. You're like, oh, I like the little ant guys. I'm like, well, don't get too attached. You can blame Grot. It was his idea. I'm taking zero responsibility for my actions. Right? I think it was Grot's idea. I don't know. I could be wrong. So I hear Desert Neon Raceway. You hear Saddle Up Space Cowboy. Oh wait, that is the album, right? No, it's Neon Tumbleweed. What am I talking about? Wait. Yeah. Ah. Yeah, there's a few cards that are kind of sad. Not gonna lie to you. Because it was my idea to have the endlings. Justice for the endlings. You know, to be fair, they killed a giant turtle. So, yeah, there's a few cards that are kind of just sad in this game. I'm not gonna lie to you. They hate turtles. You know? Just had a cool monster idea. All right, yeah, go for it. Share if you feel, if you care. If you dare. You know, mushrooms that take over animals? Yeah. I knew this was gonna happen. All right, hide the endling. Don't hide the endling. Do it like 50%. Sure, that works. Here. Actually, no, I should just do it the other way. I have a card that, like, when it attacks a hero, it takes the hero and turns it into the monster side. So, actually, maybe that. The reason I'm being dramatic sounding is I've tried it before, and it really doesn't work. However, it wasn't exactly like that. The problem is it doesn't have an attack order. I guess it could take... It might work better with, like, some of the newer stuff. Like, if it takes a hero and turns it into a minion, maybe. Or, like, it takes over something and it attacks in the same attack order as It would have to be like the entire functionality of the card. It's really tricky to get working. It sounds like it shouldn't be, but it kind of is. It only works once, and when the hero it attacks dies, it also dies, but also takes over a hero. The problem how it would it's not so much it being like overpowered or broken or anything like that. It doesn't like the mechanics of the player cards don't transfer over to the monster cards, so you have to like add like a ton of exceptions to everything. Like, okay, so you take this card and then this doesn't, you know, function, and then this does this thing, and then like it gets really kind of convoluted pretty quickly. So that is my biggest issue with it. But it's not 100% to say it couldn't work. It just has to be the only functionality of the card, because I've tried to do something like it before where it stole hero units. Like it attacked things and it stole the units. That did not work. Charm is also exists where it takes a hero over, or it takes a minion to your side. However, that also has been one of the cards that's been like the biggest pain in my butt. Because it just constantly has problems. It's a cool idea. I could try to make it work, but I'm not super confident about that. Is basically how I feel. But yeah, it's a cool idea for sure. Don't get me wrong. I've kind of tried something similar already. I just have a feeling it wouldn't work. At least like within the parameters of how much text I can put on a card. You know? Though no, I just don't know how I'd do it. We could explore it though. That could be something we explore later. Or honestly, I've been thinking about like more user interaction kind of stuff. And I think it would be cool to have like card suggestions. Like have like a Discord chat where it has like card suggestions, and obviously like in some ways like I'm not gonna like there could be simple suggestions, like you could just say that sort of thing, and then like I would have to figure out how it actually functions. But we could actually have people like design the cards, and then, you know, I could just play them and see if they work. And then just be like, nope, that didn't work. And then like, you know, people would have to go back and see what they can do to tweak it or something. But yeah, I don't want to reject the idea outright, but I have had some experience with a similar card, and it just was tough. The game's different now, so maybe it would work, but or maybe I could figure out a way to word it, but I'm not super confident. I guess one of the things I could do is start making like keywords for like taking something over, and then just put all those rules in the rule book, but I'm kind of slightly against that. I don't know. Maybe I should be less against that. But maybe it takes over the hero and only uses the attack value and none of the abilities. Yeah, that's basically how it would have to work. It would have to work like Charm. It basically would have to like it basically would have to be exactly charm, but for the old god instead of players. Basically turns the hero card into a minion. And maybe you can make it like more interesting. So if like you kill the hero or something, it's like, or like kill the monster before killing the hero, you would get the you get the hero back or something, like it's defeated. In fact, you get the hero back. That could be kind of cool. If you had to describe this game in 3 words, what would it be? Cooperative, resource management, Magic the Gathering. I've made Magic the Gathering 1 word. And resource management 1 word. So that's not 3 words, but that's the closest I can get you. Cooperative card game. That's 3 words. But I think my other explanation's a little more descript. I'm not sure what you're looking for. If you're looking for descript or extremely succinct. We can just call them like compound words, like it's 3 descriptors: cooperative, resource management, Magic the Gathering. Trading card game also would work because it's not necessarily like super Magic like necessarily. It just works like any other trading card game where, like, you know, you've got your base effects and you got like all these special things that trigger and blah blah. It is like Magic because it has like lands and like creatures and heroes, whatever, right? But but kind of not really, you know? I kind of like the just like monochromatic black and white look of this robot. I was thinking like maybe making these colors, but I was kind of imagining the eyes white, and I think that would be cool to leave that white. I'm losing my voice. I probably just need more of this. I don't know if this person is someone I actually know. I thought it was, but I don't know if it is. One mention of me. What? Sorry, I was just looking at... Oh, okay. Never mind. It's not on Discord. That's happening. Oh, here we can... Heck. Oh. There you go. There's a fluff in a box for you. He looks like the Iron Giant. That's what he looks like. The white eyes. You know the wildest part about... Actually, I don't know if this is true. I was about... Give him yellow eyes. I kind of like the white, though. Honestly. I could do yellow. We'll try it, but I kind of like the white. I mean, it looks like a lot of, like, pre-existing... I mean, I could do yellow. Iron Giant. Oh no, Iron... His eyes change color. They're between white and yellow and sometimes blue, it looks like. Oh, and sometimes red. And sometimes... I don't know. Some of these I don't think are actual real screen grabs from the movie. And some of them I think are like remasters. Meh, whatever. I don't know. I kind of like the white. It's a little different. I don't normally like. Usually I have like more colorful glows. I think it's kind of interesting. Not exactly sure. Might have to like actually sample colors off the endling. Needs to be 100%. All these need to be 100%. This is his actual base color. Yeah, it's definitely got more brutal than I was expecting, but you know, here we are. What can you do? The past two cards have been kind of darker. There's like blood in the other one, and one's got some sad endlings. Although he's suffering from the endling problem, which is that God. My voice is going. Heck and heck, you know? Which is that he's missing one of his legs. He's a tripod. So apparently I forgot to draw his legs the first time, and then he's continually had the same problem. Here's another monster idea. A monster that has little strength but attacks all technology cards on the board. It's cool, but then I would have to classify technology cards. Like I would have to add classifications to every card. Which I would rather like I have thought of it before where there's a card that can like attack all one type of card, right? Like a like one that can attack like all structures or all lands or something like that. But it would probably likely be like more likely that would be like a structure that could reduce health of everything, but couldn't actually kill anything because this doesn't look right. I guess his arm would be like this. That makes more sense. Okay. But yeah, I think the classification, like I would have to like add card types as far as like that goes. Yo, it's looking good. Thank you. Yeah. The poor endlings are getting murked, but you know, it happens. The life of an endling. You grow up as a little crystal creature and then you die. And then you're born again. Only to destroy some more. Yeah, it's not bad, right? I think the robot looks too much like a lot of other things, but sometimes you can't be totally original, you know? Like, he looks a little like the Iron Giant. He looks a little like Blitzcrank from League of Legends. He looks a little bit like, you know, the initial inspiration that we were looking at from Darkest Dungeon. Are there any structures that deal damage? Maybe like a turret that kills a minion like every turn. I can see that. There are some structures that can attack, yeah. I can see that. Yeah, we've got like a castle sort of card that have unused art. Although I don't know if I'll use it or not, but I guess that's it for that. Lighting, I guess, and then I guess we'll do the background next, because I always like do the background after, and then I'm like, well, where's the lighting motivated from? So I think this is gonna be like in a mountain and like kind of make it look more like a war zone, you know? Dude, you're never gonna use the old fortress. See, Maximus knows what's up. And you're right, I'm never gonna use it. I could. But I also doesn't look that good. Do you want to reminisce on it for a second and compare it to some of my other cards? I mean, it would be good to just reuse it. It's fine. It's not like horrible. Well, I don't know. It's not great. But if we're building this many new cards, I may as well just use it. However, it doesn't look that great. In fact, it looks pretty bad. Also, I think of the fortress, I end up thinking of the old image. It could be fixed up a little bit, but it's not horrible. It's not great though. Like, let's be real. Like, compare that to like Embassy, right? Like, I don't know, man. I think fortunate I'm thinking of the old image. Yeah. Did I read that already? I don't know. I read it in my mind. I think if we cleaned up like the weird texture and maybe made the bricks look a little bit nicer, it'd be okay. It's like a 3 out of 10, especially factoring in some of the new cards. Yeah, yeah. But like, then you look at like Osgathian Warrior as well, and it's kind of like, yeah, that one could have been better too. But I may use Castle or Fortress or whatever it is again, if I'm just trying to fill something out, but or maybe just like make it look better, like utilize the base of the card and then just, you know, tweak it. But we'd have to find a card that makes sense for that. Okay. Or you just draw a new card. It depends on like how much I'm like, I agree with you, but also like if we're trying to make like, I don't even know how many cards we're making at this point. We're kind of just going crazy. But, well, yeah. I was about to say, like, it might make sense to just, you know, if we want to get it out faster, like the deck building part, we could utilize whatever, because it utilized like, you know, other art, because oh wait, no, there it is. Because it takes like, you know, it's taking like 3 hours for one of these arts, right? It takes like a whole stream. That said, as we were kind of talking before, like the point of all this at this point isn't really like the making the game is the content, right? So what we do and how much time it takes doesn't really matter, because the content is more the thing, right? It's kind of the important part, and not so much the cards themselves or the game even. The game's obviously important to an extent. It's like the end product. It's the thing we're working toward. It makes it cooler that we're makes it more interesting that we're creating the cards for a purpose, I think, than just like doing a bunch of random art. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I kind of take back what I was saying. Literally exactly what Maximus just Maximus, stop reading my mind. Literally didn't read what you said, but yeah. Also, just thought of this. Didn't you say the earlier stream that the content is currently the point of this? So I can get an audience. So would making more art be good for that? Yeah. I went off on a tangent, didn't read what you said, and then you said exactly what I was going to say. So, but reading your mind is entertaining. I can't stop reading it. Maximus, maybe we hang out too much. Speaking of which, Maximus, I need your opinion on Friday. I know you said that you're you wouldn't be able to, you're like the only person who likes Friday evenings so far. And I value you know? I value Maximus. I want to hear more about that. Not just call you out, you know, but I don't know what I'm asking you right now, but I'm just kind of saying things. I was trying to get rid of some of those tangents there. Yeah, it's just like I like I don't know, I really like having the like diversified. If it's on Wednesday, I think I can make it, but unsure. Wait, what? If it's Monday time, there's no chance it collides with college. Gotcha. Let's see. Oh, okay, that makes yeah. I gotcha. Yeah. Sorry. I got confused. Yeah, if it's what I didn't read the time part. If it's Wednesday, I think it could make it work, and I missed the time. If it's Wednesday time, it could work. Sorry, my bad. I just can't read right now. I'm tired. I feel like I kind of want to make this like somewhere between. I kind of want to make this like dirt ground. Yeah, sorry. That makes sense. Okay, I understand you. I mean, part of the thing is like like most streams I've been going later and later. So there is something to say about like if it's at Monday time, there's a good chance that it will like spill over to Wednesday time, you know, at this point, because I keep going much later than I mean to. But yeah, I don't know anymore. I'm just like trying to figure it out. I really do like the still think I'll be able to show up. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like, Because again, I like the diversity of having like multiple times so people can show up. But I also don't know if that's like the good thing to do or if I should just be consistent with like a singular time, you know? I don't know. I need to pull up some cards for reference here. I want like Mage's Tower. Well, making him gray, it almost makes me feel like the background needs to be a little different, but let's pull up Mage's Tower. Let's pull up I want Osgathian Warrior. I want Wizard. Let's kind of reference some of these colors. I guess Mountain as well. Sorry, dealing with a sick kiddo today. Oh no. Poor kiddo. Well, good luck. Good luck with that. I have zero clue about that, by the way. Like, it's cool to dabble into all sorts of time zones, but it's ineffective for the algorithm. Who knows? Honestly, like, I think as long as the people know when I'm... Like, as long as y'all know when I'm streaming, it kind of doesn't matter. I just think probably Friday evenings is probably not a good time to stream in general, just because this is the same color, isn't it? Yeah, let's just hide this for a second. Just because you know, most people are doing things Friday evenings, right? Like, not most people, but like even if it's like you're not doing anything, you know, need to go buy beats. Maybe I'll drop by later again. Yeah, we'll see how long I go for. I'll probably finish this art and then call it a day, but who knows how long that'll take. Although it's, you know, mostly coloring at this point, which shouldn't take too long, but either way, thank you for being here. And I will see you around. She's super into your streams, by the way. That's great. That's very cute. I'll keep them as family friendly as possible. Honestly, I try to keep things like family friendly anyway, but you know, sometimes it, you know, sometimes it won't be, but for the most part, I think they are. I try not to swear and stuff. Like there's no point to, you know. Guess I shouldn't make any Dalamus TM jokes. Probably not, but also, you know, I'm assuming she wouldn't be reading chat per se, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what your kid do, you know. She's 3. She has no idea at all. Okay, yeah, see, that's kind of what I was getting at. Just watching Aaron gets pumped when Luna comes on. Yeah, I did a whole had to give Luna a bunch of pets earlier. I don't know if you missed that, but she was demanding my attention angrily. I was like, okay, fine. I get it. What's a blind deaf woman called? Oh no. Maximus, no, don't get banned. Not again. I'm gonna make you leave it at that and not finish. Bad Maximus. Get out the spray bottle. Impressive and inspiring. Oh, there you go. It's actually respectful and fun, trust me. Okay, I'm ready. Hit me. There was something I was actually gonna say that was... Oh, I think one of the things too is while I am like concerned about doing streams, like figuring out what times to do streams, I also think that I want to start doing more streams that are like off schedule, right? Like special streams that are happening like kind of whenever, that don't necessarily have to be you know, when like on schedule per se, you know. I don't know what this storm is that keeps showing up in all these cards, but yeah. You're supposed to be like dumb/weird, and then I was gonna say her name, you sick bastards. There you go. There you go. That's good. I like the yellow color you started with. This gave me like a bronze brass feel. If you weren't set on the color, kind of blends with the background right now. Yeah, I agree that it does blend with the background. Maybe we'll change it. I want to I'm trying to get the background kind of set so I kind of know what colors I'm working with, and then we'll see what we do with the robot. Yeah, because we could do like a more like, yeah, kind of brass color potentially. I agree with you that it does blend in with the background. We're gonna see how it looks in the end. I'm just trying to get the background color sort of how I want it, and then we'll go from there. I kind of like the dark colors of the robot, but yeah, I think if I really want to go with that, I probably should. I don't need. Do I? Yeah, let's leave it open. But it might not be great for the colors that I'm choosing for the background. Yeah, I don't know what this storm is, but it keeps showing up in all the like magical cards, so I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's the side effect of whatever the like magic is. Like when it's used too much, it creates this sort of giant storm. Like that's why like magic was banned or whatever. I don't know. Cool idea. It gives you the chance to find new audience members too. Yeah, more people in the community, the better. Did I actually say my idea out loud? I'm assuming I did, seeing as you're responding to it. But yeah, more off hour streams, more like interesting like collaboration streams kind of thing. Yeah, I think I said it out loud. I'm tired. I swear I know what I'm saying. Yeah, more people in the community, the better. Yeah. But like, it's not helpful to like stream in off times and then like those people can never show up ever again. You know, that's kind of like a little sad. So we'll see. I don't know. We shall see. What is hydrate? Hydrate. How are you? Splenda. Is that a reference? Is that just a secret reference just to me and you for no one else? Just an inside joke that no one will ever know. You said side effects of. Oh. Well, guess what, everybody? You don't get to know. Not yet. One day, maybe. One day you will know the secrets. Maybe. Probably not. Probably not. That'd be hilarious, though. At 20 billion subscribers, I will tell you my secrets. My thought was like kind of having some of the magenta from I don't know what I'm doing with the background here. There's no thoughts about it. No thoughts, head empty kind of deal. 500 follower stream special. Honestly, it's too little, I think. I think if someone really wanted to, they might be able to find it. I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Anyway. One day. Okay, I want red. And then that red, well, it's more like this red. And then magenta. Then maybe like sample the color in between. It's too bright for sure. I think there's too much going on with this background, but can I color the robot's eyes a little Tony Stark gem thing? I kind of like the white, but we may rework the robot because it seems like we're unsure how to feel about him. I personally like it though. I think it's kind of cool, but like the kind of gray and white look, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm kind of working on the background at present. Kind of inform the lighting and then we'll decide. I'm redrawing the storm thing. I don't like it. I want it more. Oh God. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, do we not like the how the robot looks? I kind of like the sort of like, I don't know. I kind of like it, but I feel like everyone else seems conflicted on it. don't know why I deleted the layer. I don't feel like... it's fine. Confidence. Confidence is key here. Believe in myself. Trust the process. Oi, sup, Sir Birdie? Art, sup, cat? How you doing? We are indeed doing art. I was at art. How dare you stream whilst I was at work? Yeah, we were actually talking about streaming times. Still unsure. Still trying to figure all that out, you know? Talking about when is the best times to stream. I think my goal is to start doing some more varied times outside of normal stream hours, but then maybe homogenize my normal schedule. I don't know. Hard to say. No longer employed. Wait, you got... Are you no longer... Wait, what? You're no longer employed? Maybe I said something that I don't remember what I said, but I don't know how I feel about this. I have employment now. I'm lost. No longer unemployed. Sorry, I can't read right now. I guess you new coming in here people don't are not informed that my brain is not functioning today because I have a total of like 4 hours of sleep today. So mostly my own fault for drinking an energy drink that I was like, yeah, this is probably a bad idea to drink. It's not the right time. Like, it's too late to have an energy drink. And then I just did not sleep. So yeah. Dyslexic at heart, 100%. Very dyslexic. Congrats on the job. I was like, on me not sleeping? That's fair. Functional brains are illegal in contraband. They seems normal to me. There you go. But yeah, my brain is not. Oh wait, we're in an ad. Yeah, no, it's definitely you know, I'm always dyslexic, so more dyslexic than normal. Okay, we're doing an ad. Give me 3 minutes and we'll be back and we'll go until this card is finished. I don't know how long that'll be, but that's the goal today. So, all right, be right back.
Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend or on your own, excited to dive into the combat or interesting mechanics?
Twice, so.
When you Yeah, I don't know.
There
But
we
I think
go.
it would be
Underrated
unfair to say
video,
that
in my
Minecraft
opinion.
doesn't have a story. It's just told visually, not with words. The details are never stated outright. They're shown to us and left to our interpretation. You never learn who the zombies once were. You never know who built the strongholds. You never know who left a portal half buried in the sand. Minecraft's story isn't spoken. It's left behind for you to uncover. But does that story have a beginning, a middle, and an end? Arguably no. Instead, it's made up of what are called narrative fragments. These are building blocks that comprise a story. Bits of lore or visuals that aren't a story on their own that suggest a greater narrative. His influence is dark, but I do not blame you for your curiosity, but cleanse yourself of it immediately. It will ruin you and all you care about. That's just one tidbit from a singular item from Risk Rain 2. Alone, it hardly means much, but we do understand that there's something out there seeking to corrupt us, something evil. There's more to the story. But without reading through hundreds of item descriptions, you'll never get the full picture. But if players only encounter small fragments of the story, or maybe miss it entirely, why include it at all? The simplest reason is that there are some players who care and some that don't. However, something like text in item descriptions is a great way to get around the skippable dialogue problem we were talking about earlier, because you can tell the story you want to tell without it getting in the way of the gameplay. Of course, there are more complex answers as well. Story can help shape the game's creation and even set the right tone and atmosphere. Lords of the Fallen's checkpoints could have just been called checkpoints, but instead they're called vestiges, a sacred site where a previous lamp bearer had fallen. Of course, this is likely retrofitted lore to a pre-existing mechanic of an established genre convention, but it can also work the other way around. For instance, in my game, Armies Against Entropy, during the initial conceptualization, heroes were named after heroes in fiction and generic fantasy archetypes. These characters were then given mechanics that fit the narrative, an elf being able to attack twice, and a necromancer gaining power when things died. These two concepts are called top-down and bottom-up game design. Top-down starts with a theme and applies the mechanics, whereas bottom-up starts with the mechanics and then applies a theme after. And while a theme might not be a story on its own, it helps to build up narrative fragments, creating a story in our mind. And these choices, whether intentional or not, define the game's story as a whole. Of course, I'd be remiss to not talk about the quality of a story mattering in a game. Yeah, if it sucks, we're going to skip it. A story has to be engaging for it to be something we want to devote time to. So what are some of those factors? First and foremost is emotional connection. If you can't connect with the characters and the story, then you're not going to care about it. It could be bad writing or bad acting or just bad characterization, but if a game fails to make you feel something, then it's failed as a story. Along the same lines is motivation. A good game will give you a reason, a purpose for your character to do what they're doing. In film, there's actually a term for this. It's called a MacGuffin. It's an object or goal that drives the plot forward, even if it's not that important on its own. Usually it's something that the characters care deeply about, but the audience doesn't really have to. I always use the example of the plans for the Death Star in Star Wars. We might not really care about what they are, but the characters certainly do. But in games, a truly great story goes one step further.
Good vid, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, honestly, I really like this one.
Because unlike in film, where we just watch the character,
I kind of wish it got more views because I was really pretty happy with that one. It is different, I'll admit. It definitely was not the same as like most of my content. It's not like the funny, you know, whatever, funny, jokey sort of style with all the little animations and all that stuff, but is a little more, I guess, serious, sort of that video essay feel. But yeah, I like that video. I learned fancy new words and such. I don't know. I just was like really happy with how the end came together. Like it felt like the conclusion to the video felt fun and cool, and it kind of felt like, I don't know, like a little emotional, I guess is maybe the right word. But I don't know, it just didn't turn out as well. I don't know. Here we are. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. You never know. Maybe in like 4 months it will just explode for no reason. Apparently YouTube will do that sometimes. It probably won't, but you never know. We're just working on the background right now so we can kind of inform the lighting of the rest of the piece. That's the goal, at least. And then maybe we'll change the robot. But I feel like him being kind of base color is okay, and then we can kind of like do some cool lighting on him, but we'll see. Let me put this back on because I kind of want to see how we're looking here. Can't see the lightning bolt at all, but I think that's okay of it being slightly obscured. If it's too obvious, it does kind of end up looking like some of the other cards too much, so I think it's okay. Oh man. Yeah, what are you guys up to today? Anything cool? Got any plans for the rest of the week? No pressure to answer either way, but here I may as well ask. I am probably mostly going to be hanging out with my dad. He's in town, so that's fun. We're me and him and my brother are helping fix up my brother's house, so we're doing some stuff with that. That's probably what my week looks like. I'd like to get more like work done on my next video, but I don't know how much of that is like a pipe dream right now. It's probably more important to hang out with my dad, you know? So here we are. Although I don't honestly know how I'm going to function today if I have to go do work stuff. I'm like, ugh. Do you like this like kind of blue and red background fighting for attention here? I don't know. I don't know if it's too much or what, but I think it's kind of cool, but definitely different from a lot of the normal stuff I do with this. Is this the right layer? It is certainly not the right layer. Is this the right layer? No. Is this the right layer? Yes. Okay. Let's give the endlings a little bit of flair here. Sorry, I was just checking some stuff. I thought Okay, there's. I was like, I thought there was a message on the stream chat, but it's just that's cool. Just glad you guys interact on there. Honestly, yeah, the Discord's gotten a lot more active lately, which I appreciate. I'm kind of excited about it. I'm being completely honest. I think it's cool. Community growth, yay! Right, we need to like put these in folders so I know what I'm doing. Do a Control S real quick. One of the funny things is with video editing, I save a lot more, but it's because I do Control D for like making an edit because it's like right there with your hands, like you don't have to like reach super far. And so I end up just hitting Control S a lot by accident because it's like right there. So I end up saving on accident, which actually you know, means I save the game a lot. End up saving by accident, but it's actually a good thing. Oh no, I accidentally saved my project. I guess as long as you're not overwriting things, it's fine, right? Like overwriting something you need to not overwrite, rather. Okay, we'll try keeping the robot as is with the colors and just adding some cool lighting. If that doesn't differentiate from the background enough, we can and will change his colors. Or maybe we'll do it anyway and just see what it looks like, but I think it could be cool to... We also probably want to add like a little bit of like debris around the battlefield here. Maybe some more endlings. I don't know. I kind of don't want to draw more endlings, but might be one of those things where it kind of makes sense to have more. Now, part of me is like, maybe I change the framing. Debo, yo, I'm back. Unleash the bald, and he comes in with an entrance. A little less bald than normal. Welcome back. How you doing? How was your dinner? You said you were going for dinner, right? Not crazy. I don't think. How you liking the card? What do you think? Hi, dinner was good. Nice. Heck yeah. Looking pretty dang awesome. Cool. Heck yeah. I'm glad. I guess I kind of want to give him a shadow underneath him, you know, like an actual like drop shadow kind of deal, you know. Kind of make them a little more grounded. That helps a lot. Lighting helps stuff so much. It's kind of crazy. Hear me out here. I'll do the same with the other side. Actually, I probably can just do soft light for this too. Just so cool, right? Look at that. I think some of this needs to be a little darker. We go back to here. Like maybe there's like just kind of a this is too much, but let's this part, like up in the top here, is a little too bright. It's kind of distracting from our robot boy here. Maybe what we do is we... Where's our lightning strike? There's that. There's the lightning. What if we just like move this? No. Maybe change the blend mode. Like soft light there, and then this. Like angle it a little bit so it like points toward him maybe. Kind of draws your eyes that way. Also, like I'm gonna do another play test, but with hold on. Did I miss anything else? Ooh, that's cool. I'm gonna do another play test with 2 gods this time. Oh, of AAE. Nice, yeah. Yes, good luck for sure. It's definitely easier that way. So hopefully that will I'll make it a bit easier for you. Easier is easy. Who would have thought? I guess the endlings need to kind of glow more, and that should put more light on him a little bit. Let's do this. Let's do this layer. Yeah, definitely let me know if you have any questions with the game. Do my best to answer them, at least as much as I can on stream, you know. Be an add layer. Okay, and then I also would want to do like a glow with the white crystal here. I guess it's like I don't know how like add layers work with like a light gray, but I guess we'll try it. We may even add a color rather than a... I don't know. Might work. And then we can maybe do some rim light. One off of this guy here. Any spot that would get hit by the edge of the light would catch. I almost just want to make the entire background darker. What is this? That's the line. Cool. You're cool. Got him. What are you gonna do about it? This is the wrong color, but maybe we can make something work. That cool was my own message, but you're cool as well. Was to my own message. Oh, I missed it. Okay, realize you can right click on the deck, then deal to probably just click and drag, and just click that instead of dragging the cards. Yeah. There's honestly shortcut keys that I need to learn better, but you know, here we are. Okay, here's my problem. Why is it not? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because... Oh, I want to try something. I'll try something crazy. Okay, first of all, it needs to be full. It needs to be... That's kind of wild and crazy, huh? This needs to be an actual soft brush. I don't know if I like this or not yet, but... Okay, now it looks pretty sick. Thank you. Need to add some more like texture on the ground. Yeah, it looks a lot better though. On. Let me do this a little more subtly. Oops. With all the fancy lighting. Yeah. That was the goal. I mean, we could... So, one thing we were talking about, although this might just kind of mess everything up, we were talking about doing... Potentially trying like a bronze look. Brass. Maybe like this color. And you can just do like, I don't know, overlay. He literally looks just like Blitzcrank if I do that. Literally identical. It's cool. I don't know. Bum 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 bum. Somewhere in between. We could try like more of like a bronze color though, I suppose. I don't know. I think then he just blends even more in with the background. And I think the lighting really kind of helps carry the look with the gray. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but we need some like random crap in the background. Let's see here. We need to open my random props for my little people, and maybe we can just throw some like weapons and arrows in the ground, you know? The big old arrow, huh? Make it look like a battlefield. Background? Why does the background also have... Did not mean to leave the sketches in here. That should be a separate layer. Background has gotten kind of convoluted together. Oh, wait, what? How did that happen? These need to be constrained to that. There we go. Nothing like a battlefield. Nothing says battlefield like just a bunch of random arrows in the ground, right? Maybe we throw a sword in there. I want to be a bit darker though. I almost think the silhouette actually works better. I don't know. And then maybe give them a smidge of a shadow on each of them. That should be this color. God effects or any effect are for the current player, right? Like God of Humanity doesn't give extra units to the other player, right? Correct. That is correct. I feel like I should have like some crystals here, like maybe like one of these like is that not drawing? Is it an existing layer, an add layer at that, and an add layer that doesn't have, or that you're using a black marker on will do nothing, believe it or not. Damn, this is the OG Slayer 3000 right now. Yeah. He sure is. The old god Slayer. Destroyer of things and stuff. Wait, this is the wrong layer. This one. I don't know how I feel about this crystal here. I feel like it's distracting. Yeah, it's distracting. Oops, not that. Delete this one. Delete, delete, delete. Yeah, I think I'm okay with... I mean, we could make him bronze. I don't know. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. No, that's cool. Yeah, I think the lighting kind of saved it. I tried. I mean, the bronze also does look kind of cool, but I did attempt it, but this really just isn't making it darker, huh? Why though? I guess if we just do pure black, maybe that's the only way to make this look any darker. What is happening right now? Isn't my alt menu thing? Yeah. It's just a brush. Trying to just make it a little dark, like give it a little bit of a vignette, but there we go. Brush. A little too dark maybe, but we'll put it back just a smidge. I think that's pretty cool, right? We like that. Yeah, just for reference, Anonymous, if you're still hanging in here, let me I can show you what it would look like just for the giggles, but it does look cool. I am very worried it ends up looking just like Blitzcrank from League of Legends. Overlay? Yeah. Like, it doesn't look bad, but it looks identical to Blitzcrank. It's like, oh, we're just copying League of Legends right now. And you could do, like, you know, maybe more of a bronze kind of color, but I think because of the lighting, the gray just look like the dark color looks cool. I think either could be fine, but I think I'm just gonna leave it like this. I mean, it's less round, sort of. I think maybe I'm just gonna put like 1 or 2 clouds in here and then call it good. What do we think? Might. Okay. This is not the right color, but we'll figure it out. Why is it kind of like, I don't know. Decide what this card does. I kind of like the idea that Grot mentioned earlier of just like just like a card that, like, when it kills something, enemies, or like not enemies, your ally gains a unit. Like, it'd be super simple, but I feel like it could kind of work. But I haven't fully decided, but I think that is kind of like a, honestly, a decent option. It almost feels like too crazy to have such a simple mechanic, but I don't know. I don't know if I like the clouds. I mean, they're definitely too dark. But there's also like this giant storm in the sky, so I feel like it might just be too much. It kind of doesn't make sense. Wait, I misunderstood. The card gains units. So this card, when it kills something, your ally, an allied card of your choice gains units. Gains like X number of units, probably like 1 or 2. So like this thing would be like a minion killing machine. It would be great if you kill a minion, it gives your ally a unit. Yeah, that's better. Again, it's pretty simple, so I don't know if that's like, if it's too simple, but how the heck did that happen? Whatever. But I mean, it kind of fits the card, like kill a minion or monster. Ally gets a unit. I mean, it's certainly killing minions, I'll tell you that much. Rasterized layer. can never find the rasterize layer thing. I really need to make a shortcut key for that. I never can find it. Right, I know what you mean. It seems a little lackluster for such a cool looking card. Yeah, it seems like it should be more powerful and have a more crazy effect, but I don't know. Sometimes like weak, like not weak effects, but like simple effects are good, right? Like they can chain into other cool things. Like then you could have like a card that's like, if an ally gains a unit, then you gain, like you get X, right? Like you could have cool combos that like work with that. Hello, Grot. I think we're done, honestly. These clouds. Colorless one because we put it here. Or when anyone kills a card, it gains units like Power Amp Core. Potentially. I feel like that would have to maybe have some sort of limitations. And it's not really like unlike the Necromancer at that point. Art looks sick. Love the pink lighting. Thank you. Yeah, I think it turned out cool. I guess maybe just like a smidge more of like honestly there might need to be like a tiny bit more pink lighting on the ground here. Like we might need like just a little bit like that. Turn to a ramping type card, potentially. I could see that working. My only worry is it does feel like Necromancer at that point, because Necromancer gains units when a monster or hero dies. It used to be monster, minion, or hero. But that was too powerful. And then Swamp kind of just is the only one that gains units on minions. It could be when a minion is killed, it gains a unit. But I feel like that would fit the sort of necromancy sort of theme better. Like we would probably make like a necromancer sort of card. Maybe it starts with 0 units, can only gain units from you or allies killing something. Maybe. I kind of do like the idea though that like the theme of the like mechanical. Oh, you know what I didn't do? And maybe this would even make him look a little smidge better is give him like a little bit of shadows. Also, you might not even notice it. I like the idea of like the mechanical stuff being like buff cards, like they assist other things, and so like this one kills something and it buffs something else. I kind of like that concept, like because each sort of, not everything has like a motif. I still don't know if that's the correct word for that, but I think that could be the cool sort of idea behind the robot slash technology based things. Like allied buffs. You forgot about me. Oh wait, hold on. Did I miss something? Oh, sorry. I missed you. Can abilities be triggered once per turn or as much as I want? Abilities you can use as much as you want. Yeah, you can use abilities whenever you want, as many times as you want. There's no limitations on abilities. Obviously, besides the costs themselves. All right, that adds a little bit. It's not like a... Oh, it's actually pretty impactful. Adds a lot of depth to that. I do like the idea you're throwing out there, Adonimus, the sort of like on death something gains a minion, but I think it might be better suited for some sort of like necromancy themed card, like a similar hero to the necromancer, but instead they gain minions instead of whatever. And you could be like a swamp monster, you know, because then it's just the swamp but a hero. Although maybe that kind of takes away from the swamp being a thing, you know. It's not the right color. Let's just multiply. There we go. Okay, we're done. Or when either of your ally use a magic spell, it gains units. Just another idea. Maybe it'd have to be a lot of units, I think, because spells are like pretty infrequent, but that could be really nice for the magic deck if we want to put them in there. We kind of got to figure out what the power of the God of Magic is going to be, because we kind of he needs a rework. It's kind of lackluster as well. So I think we need to do a bit of a rework on that, and then maybe that can help inform some of the other stuff. I keep saying I'm done and then working on more. All right, I think we're good. I'm getting a lot better at lighting, huh? Well, one just busted in here and said, look, monsters. I love the stone golem. Art-wise or mechanics or what? Mechanically, I think the stone golem is actually really cool. There's a lot of interactions that you wouldn't think about, maybe necessarily right off the bat. But because its ability is free, you can use it in some pretty crazy ways. Especially you can use it between like any phase. Like it's kind of cool like that. But yeah, Anonymous, I think that would be cool. Honestly, I'm thinking of even making that like an ability the God of Magic has itself. So like when you play a spell, it gains units, but I mean as rock shield. Yeah. Honestly, I haven't really used Stone Golem much since its new rework, because it used to be kind of like the monk where it takes half instead of it takes half damage rather than the monk, which takes half damage when attacking. The Stone Golem would take half damage when defending, but now it's kind of got a taunt ability, which I think is better suited for the card. We should actually probably make a card that's like the monk, that's like the defensive version, like someone the other day said like a shaman. I think that would be kind of cool, or something like that, like some sort of like spiritual sort of deal. But yeah, I think this is cool. We do need a name for him, and we do need to like fully flesh it out. I think I do like the killing a card killing a minion gives a unit to another card. I don't know if it necessarily should be ally or if it should just be another hero or what, but Void Hollow is pretty bad at the start. Why am I blanking on which one Void Hollow is? Is that the redraws enemy cards? That is in no, Void Hollow. Oh, this one. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of have to kill it first, but it's not the worst card to play against right off the bat. Yeah, you'll have to let me know how it goes, because you're not on like the exact current update. If it's kind of getting too difficult, the endlings or the minions are definitely should be reduced to 1. There's definitely a lot of balance changes that we're working on, but you do both 1 to you and 1 to your ally or something. Or 2 each or whatever. Yeah, it'd probably have to be a low amount, I think. I think I kind of like 1 to your ally, but I'm not entirely sure. Are there any heroes that can target ruins/lands, like ruins or wastelands? Any hero can, anyone like can attack any target. There's no limitation to where on the board. Like you don't have to, you can attack past monsters. The monsters don't block attacks. When I play Wasteland, it doesn't get disabled in the turn. Does it draw? Or is it that, wait, turn that is drawn. Do I do its effects after completing drawing the cards? Like I draw a Wasteland, etc., then Wasteland. So the way it would work, sorry, I'm not 100% understanding what you're saying, but at the same time, it's mostly my brain. But I will just show you how that works. Man, my sentence structure hurts your dyslexia 100%. Yeah, I know what you're trying to ask, even though I read it horribly. So let me show you. Let me just pop it open. Oh, we're about to hit. We're 5 minutes from an ad. Basically, if it says it doesn't draw, if it's disabled, it will not work until the start of its next turn. So like if it draws, usually what I do when I disable a card, I'll turn it sideways. So like you've got a Void Hollow, it's placed as a land. It's disabled until the end of it, or until the start of its next turn. So after after its turn ends, yeah, basically, I guess after its turn ends, it becomes active, right? Like after its turn is over, it becomes active again. That's a little confusing. I might have to clarify that a little bit, but feel like it needs an OP effect or something additional. Yeah, maybe. We'll have to think about it. I mean, it could have 2 effects potentially, but it is a cool card, right? It turns out pretty cool. We'll think on it. I'm not like sold on anything yet, and I don't think I have the brain power to like 100% decide, but it's badass, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of turned out better than I expected, honestly. Sorry, very distractible. Yeah, so if it draws a card, it's disabled. It doesn't do anything until the end of its turn. Once it's active, then, you know, it comes back to its next turn, and then it will draw one of those cards. Conversely, you have something like a Forsaken Forest. This is a new mechanic, so this is probably the most busted thing in the game, which makes it a little difficult. So to say, as it might be impossible. If it draws something like a Forsaken Forest, technically this is drawing 3 minions on turn 1, right? So it's played. All cards activate in order in which they are drawn. So technically the Old God draws all its cards, and then it goes to the Wastelands. The Wastelands would draw its cards. And then, you know, yeah. I guess it's explained in the rules. Cards played activate in the order they're drawn. So after drawing, done, the cards that aren't disabled do get activated. Yes, sorry. I'm sorry. I was kind of broken up explaining that. I was kind of distractible today, apparently. I need more water. My voice is going. The Iron God Slayer 9000. It's fine. Indeed. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how that works. Yeah. There we go. More hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, Fig. I guess we're probably gonna hit an ad before I can raid, so maybe we'll I guess we'll do the ad, and then maybe we'll yap for a little tiny bit, and then I'll probably go. Unless we just like really quickly dip out of here, but I feel like that's kind of anticlimactic. But so is, I guess, just kind of like droning on for a little bit here. Unless y'all feel like giving me an ad's worth of money, which I honestly don't know what that is. It's probably like 6 cents. You know what? Nah, we're gonna do an ad. I'm gonna be back in 3 minutes. We'll kind of wrap up here. Maybe we'll throw this into the spreadsheet so we can see what the card looks like finished. And then we'll call it a day. So we'll do a little bit, tiny bit more work, but not by much. So be back in 3 minutes.
Have you ever been playing a game, maybe with a friend, of the plans for the Death Star in Star Wars? We might not really care about what they are, but the characters certainly do. But in games, a truly great story goes one step further. It makes us care about the MacGuffin. Because unlike in film, where we just watch the character, in a game, we're both the audience and the character. Which brings us to motivation. If a player doesn't care about the character, they'll struggle to put themselves in their shoes. But if they do care, they'll stay invested, sometimes even pushing through lackluster gameplay to see what happens next. That's the power of story. It can carry the experience even when everything else is falling short. Games like The Witcher or Baldur's Gate are designed with story as the main selling point of the game. And whether you enjoy the gameplay or not, the story is fun to uncover. If a story is good, it also generally means it has more replayability, especially if that game has branching pathways or multiple endings. Of course, there is the complete other side of things as well. Not everyone actually cares about story in games. You might just be someone who doesn't want that in their gaming experience. A game like Factorio doesn't have much of a story beyond these bugs don't like your factory. Deal with it. Because truthfully, it doesn't have to. No one really cares about the story when you're trying to build something that looks like this. That's why story can often lead to breaking up the gameplay experience. If you're just getting into the gameplay and having fun with the mechanics, it can be frustrating to be met with a bunch of dialogue or a cutscene. I find this true for myself personally when playing multiplayer games. I want to just be enjoying my friend's company and not reading through 30 text boxes of dialogue. So let's get back to our original question. Should games have story? Well, no. And that's probably pretty obvious because not all games can or do have it. Some of the world's most beloved games don't. You're not a card wizard fighting the evil Joker Lord in Balatro. No, you're just you playing with a deck of cards and a crazy bunch of jokers. But there's one crucial part we haven't honed in on yet. The most important part of storytelling. You, the listener, the observer. Because no story truly exists unless there's someone there to hear it. Because it's you who decides what a game's story is, whether it's piecing together the narrative fragments and uncovering the hidden tale, or whether it's skipping all the dialogue and beating the game in an hour just so you can brag about it to your friends. Because in a game, you write the story. Because without you, it's just fragments of one, until you've uncovered its secrets or you've made it to the end. Sometimes stories get in the way because we're making our own stories when we play. I play Remnant 2 with my brother, not to discover where the root came from or why it's destroying the earth. I play because I want to spend time with him and make our own stories. I don't play Risk Rain 2 with my friends because I want to read through the logbook and understand all the secrets of why the world is the way it is. No, I play it because I want to spend time with my friends and hear about their day. At the same time, I play Hades because I care about Zagreus' story, about how his family relationships evolved and how he keeps pushing forward even after death. I play Inscription not just because of its fun mechanics, but because
I'm back. Okay, I think we're just gonna quickly. The kitten is not back, however. There we go. We're gonna quickly implement this. I think just get it into the, just see what it looks like on a card, you know. And then we're done. We definitely need to make some lands and structures next time though. Because we are, and spells, because we are, we have too many heroes now. Too many heroes. All right, y'all. What do we call this guy? Iron Godslayer 9000 is the current, bid. Oh, the part of both of these. Does the Beast Tamer not attack? The Beast Tamer shouldn't attack. This hero has 5 or more units on it. When a minion attacks the hero, yeah, the Beast Tamer shouldn't attack. Its beast should, so. We'll just do none for now. Anyone got any other ideas that feels like it makes more sense? Nothing against the Iron Godslayer 9000. Iron something. Doesn't really have to be iron something, but iron, I guess, would probably make sense, right? Megatron Annihilator 10,000. You really want to throw the big number on the end. Honestly, You know, now that I'm thinking about it, we probably shouldn't. The Soul Stealer. It's kind of cool. At least for the effect that we were talking about. Oh, Stealer, right? Well. Yeah, until we really got the effect nailed down, maybe we shouldn't even name it. I don't know. Bro, this cat. Pearl. First you want to leave, then you want to stay, then you want to be fluffy. Dave. Optimus Amazon Prime. Oh, there you go. My brain is functioning at 4% capacity. We need card art. We need players. We need heroes. We need... That's it. Okay, we're good. Save this. Go to here. Go to projects. Go to layouts. Go to... Nope. Go to images. Go to AAE. Go to card art. Go to heroes. We drop the robot PNG into here. Upload. Close. Take robot. We copy the file path. We paste it into the card art. And then we... She's always fluffy, I know, right? Fluffy and cute. Robot. I kind of like the iron something. But I'm not entirely certain. Could just be Iron Golem. We already have Stone Golem. I feel like that's kind of like... We have Arcane Construct, so we already have... Mechazoid. 100 million? I don't know. What will we be doing next stream? Good question. It's either between War Machine. Ooh, that could be good. Something either more card art like we did today, or we'll potentially be there's like a few little fixes we need to do. There's a few like card wording things that we need to fix. And then we also need to like take a look at all the god cards and make sure that they're good, because we're kind of trying to make cards that work off of other cards. So potentially, you know, doing something along those lines. I also have some like redeems I want to create. That'd be fun, but that's kind of like a secondary objective. Hear me out. Stream of overpowered battle tank. We could have like a tank be a structure, I suppose. Anything with War Machine doesn't sound great. Yeah, it could work, but like it also just is like, oh, is this War Machine from Iron Man? I don't know. We're just gonna call it robot for now. I don't have the mental capacity. And for now, the ability or the base effect will be actually, I don't know how this would be when you... Actually, I don't know. I think I might just leave it. Just might leave it blank for now. I should write it down. I should write it down somewhere. Oh, hero. Robot. when this hero, this actually technically is a triggered effect, isn't it? When this hero how's swamp label? This is basically swamp, but a robot, or a it's pretty similar to necromancer as well. These are UK. You read it as stream as overpowered battle tank instead of stream over. Yeah, I'm very dyslexic right now. I'm very tired. How asleep are you on a scale of 1 to 10? 4 hours of sleep. So give me a 4. Maybe I'm the one asleep. No. Definitely me. I'm running on 4 hours of sleep. We definitely should be done. Okay. When a monster or hero is destroyed, let me actually read it again. Hear me out. Stream powered battle tank. I don't know what that means, to be honest. Very important sleep a lot. I don't take me as an example. Also stay hydrated. Yeah, yeah, I didn't accidentally. I had an energy. I don't know if I told you this while you're here, but I had an energy drink yesterday, and it kept me up till like 3 in the morning. It was a bad idea. Too many eyes. I'm like, that seems like way too many eyes for minion. When a monster or minion is destroyed, an allied card of your choice gains 1 unit. For now, that's what it'll be. We will probably revisit that. But I wanted to just put something on there. This is technically a triggered effect. It could have a base effect to go along with it, potentially. I was thinking it'd be cool if it had a unit effect that like buffs this effect, or maybe, or something like that, but it's hard. You can't really have, the way the game works is you can't have both a unit effect and a triggered effect. So we'll see how that goes. Stream again. Did I say stream again? Steam? Steam. It's Steam. I'm sorry. Yes? Steam? Steam. Beats bot. Y'all, it's sleep time. It's time to sleep. Okay. Let's see what this card looks like, and then we're calling it a day. I apologize for my lack of brain power. We will have more on Wednesday, hopefully. I can't really promise that, to be honest, but we will do our best to have had sleep, to have done the sleep. Sleep is illegal. Oh, well, guess we're not sleeping anymore. It'll look something like this. There you go. Finished card. Ish. Finished, quote unquote. Yeah, we'll probably do some more like mechanical stuff at the beginning of the stream, and then maybe we'll do some more art after that. So we'll start with kind of cleaning this up, figuring out a name, figuring out exactly what the ability will do, and then after we'll figure out what the see if we want to rework the gods, and then do like the little tiny bit of tweaking, and then we'll do art to wrap it up if we have time. So, average peanut butter, yo! We are just starting to wrap up here, but hello. You didn't read my amazing name suggestion. For somehow I keep missing you. Furious Fury Iron. Well, there you go. I was thinking like maybe... How do I keep missing you? Oh, I also missed Adonimus's Endling Eradicator. I missed a lot there. My brain just like stopped working, so... Yeah. There's like a I'm fast as heck, boy. You can't see me. Too many words per minute. Anyway, let's find someone to raid. You can stare at this card for now, because I think it's yeah. Is Aya still live? I saw him go live, but I don't think he is still live. He is not. Womp womp. Big sad. I don't think I've ever raided Aya yet. I don't know. We could raid this guy's making like a video game. I don't know. What do we think? What are we thinking? Are we thinking art? Are we thinking more card game stuff? Are we thinking what are y'all in the mood for? Wait, how do you have the word unit automatically become an image? I used to have art. Wait, why is it a link? I see what you're saying. So yeah, I'll quickly explain this. And then we'll find an artist to raid. I was trying to see if there's... I always check to see if there's anyone creating their own card games, much like us. But it is a rare breed. So what I do, I can actually send you the code I use. It's a very complicated thing. I basically have all my stuff in here. These are all just like, you know, I can select my hero type and whatever, blah, 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 all those things. I have a keyword. So whenever I put like UNT, or sometimes the word is just the word, right? Like if it's monster, it's still a monster. How visible is all this stuff? Let's go to the spreadsheet thing. Maybe a little bit better. I don't know. I have a whole separate... No, I should just do full display. I have a full separate player decks, whatever I call it, whatever. It's a thing. What it will do is it takes all the information from this sheet and redoes it in... there's a lot of like formulas going on here. So basically what this does is it splits up all the words, and then looks at my icon index, which basically is an index of all the keywords, that then turns it into said icon. Or it's like, this is the, you know, OG icon or old god icon. This is the actual PNG. And then it takes all that information and puts it back together. So yeah, it's a whole thing. I've got a lot of like formulas going on for a lot of this stuff. Dang, that's cool. Yeah. It's super nice, because then I just don't have to, you know, type it out every time. There's a few limitations, like it doesn't work well with like punctuation, so I had to like make one for each punctuation thing, which is a little much, but you know, here we are. But yeah, I tried my best to like make sure everything works properly, but yeah, it's annoying to have to type out material or whatever each time instead of just wood or something. Yeah, you have to do it in here and then, you know, whatever. If you're doing it in Dexterous, you can like click on here and then click on the image and then select the image for the thing inside the, or is it here? I don't know. When it's in a text effect, you can add the image in, but yeah, I can send y'all my source code there, but you'd have to kind of extrapolate and figure out how it works. But by a link again, I don't know. Grot says, Beats, by the way, a little off topic, but we settle for Thursday for playtest. I think I should be good. I might not know until like last minute, unfortunately. I want to be more concrete with that. Concrete. I don't know why does it sound weird. With that, but I don't know exactly what my plans are with my dad being here. So they're kind of playing fast and loose with plans, so I kind of have to a little bit as well. I think it should be fine because it's like 10 in the morning for me, so it's not that bad. So I could get it done early and then I can go do other stuff, but I think it should work. I can't give you an 100% answer though. Oh wait. Is this not in English? This person is working in is that Dexterous? Oh, it's not Dexterous. I really thought it was Dexterous. It's a card market. It looks identical to Dexterous sometimes, I swear. Okay, no, we'll find an artist. Okay, lovely. It'll link everywhere you type. Oh no, this isn't my music. Oh no. We've gone too long. Okay, let's get the heck out of here. Let me find an artist. Yeah, it's either an artist or there's a guy who's doing like a video game TCG as well. Like not TCG, but like a, ooh, what's this? I don't know what this is, but it looks cool. Flash Designs. I don't know what that is. I don't know. These are some like symbol things. Here we are. No lazy laser music. Heresy, I know, right? Okay. Sorry, I've been stalling a lot. I am leaving. I need sleep, but I might not get sleep. We'll see. I have to go do things. But let me go to my face so you can see me. Nope, that's not my face. This is my face. Like I said, we'll probably be doing more sort of mechanical stuff to start on Wednesday, and then probably do a little bit of art at the end, time permitted. So anyway, wait. Sorry, I thought I missed something again there. But yeah, anyway, thank you all for being here. I appreciate y'all being here, and y'all are pretty cool, and that's what I got. It was fun. Cool card we came up with there. I think that wasn't what I was expecting to make, but I think it turned out pretty sick. So yeah, anyway, I will catch you all Wednesday, and we're gonna check out this person doing some sort of, I don't even know what it is, but it looks cool. So anyway, away we go. Y'all, of course, I have to wait 10 seconds because I have to hit the raid button, and it takes 10 seconds to raid them for some reason. But yeah, I'm gonna salute for the third time. Bye.